You look pretty cash.
You got the money to buy it?
Yeah, I don't, somebody told me they were asking
I think
14
so.
million for that.
We're getting
so
there.
All right.
I don't know if that was the number, but
Did we fit everybody in there? We couldn't fit Public Works.
no,
Be in the village, you get your underground parking.
yeah. I don't necessarily, well, we can do it without it. As I said, I'm
Yeah.
on board with that. Because that's a big driver on expense.
Well, we gotta look at alternatives.
Yep.
Hey. Thanks for the year. How are you? Carol, I'm John.
Mark?
Stephen, how are you?
I'm looking.
What are we
forward to-
drinking after the meeting? Oh, wait, no, that's only one seat.
Water, Kool-Aid,
That's right.
how about that?
Water.
What'd you bring for us tonight?
Other goes to see. Well, it was looking out on one side. Hello, everyone.
I stole your seat. I hope you don't mind.
No, never had it. Well, only for
See,
you.
they want to push me as far away from the camera as they can.
All good.
Put
All right.
the good looking people up front.
Yeah. Not. I would turn more China. Yeah. It is a whole lot.
Mark must be adding more questions to that list. Couple more pages.
Big turnout, we took it for a big thing, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This thing up there, oh. Uh-huh. Good. Hey, well, the camping this week. Yes. So. Eagle King.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, so.
it's in there, yeah.
Up by Richland Center. Far from
So I am
River.
hitting the go live button in a couple minutes and we will be on Facebook.
Okay. 55 degrees in the case. It's like 0 outside. So it was pretty cozy sleeping. Hello. How are you? Happy New Year. Yeah, every time I'm gonna go outside and back in, my legs are just instantly falling out and stay on completely for like 5 minutes.
And Boy Scouts, we did the Sub-Zero camping
Yeah.
at the -3 that night.
And we are on Facebook Live and recording.
Cold. All right, that was pretty rude. All right, we'll wait for Shabnam. As soon as she comes back, we'll start.
That's good.
Ready, Julie?
I'm ready.
All right, welcome everyone. Thanks for coming out on such a brutally cold evening. Why don't we call the meeting to order? This is a meeting of the Village of Sherwood Hills Board of Trustees. Tonight is Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. It is 7:01 PM. Julie, would you like to do the roll call?
Yes, I can. President Ives,
Present.
Carol Barker. Here. Dietmar Sooner,
Present.
Bob Falk,
Present.
Mark Wetterer,
Here.
Scott Lucky. Here. And Rob Sankey.
Present.
Okay, item 3, approval of the agenda. For motion, Dietmar.
I so move the agenda as presented.
Is there a second? Thank you, Carol. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion is approved. Item 4, Brian, Julie, just want to confirm that the meeting has been properly noticed.
Yes, it has.
Okay, item 5, procedures orientation. Just want to remind folks that the meeting is being live streamed on the Village's Facebook page. And any comments provided through Facebook may not be considered contemporaneously by those of us at the meeting. Comments should be sent to the Village Administrator, Brian Mooney, bmooney@sherwood-hills.org, and he will disseminate them to the trustees. Item 6, public comments. This is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. No discussion or action may take place at this time, though trustees may ask clarifying questions only. Speakers may be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any public comments this evening? Sam?
Carol, leaving me briefly. A couple of things. One is there was no Nixle meeting announcement. And that's an oversight that I think should never be repeated. It's the only way that I knew that this was a meeting tonight was when I get those Nixle reminders. Additionally, when I do go to the website, find my way through to the calendar and then find my way through to the board packet, it's 100 and, well, this one's a short one. I think it's only about 150 pages long. But in reality, I can't print that out. And quite frankly, I and a lot of other people cannot really use computer screens to read. And so if I want to get any one of those sections to print out, I can't because it's PDF and I'm just a regular person and I don't have expensive or whatever you want to call it. So I sent some notes to everybody with what I'd like to see when you put those Nixle announcements out so that people are fully alerted to what is going to be discussed. Because to just tell us that there's a board meeting doesn't tell people anything except for the time and the date. But if you would just take the time to put on there, these are the things that are going to be discussed. You don't have to put a lot of detail at all, just the topics. And actually, if you look at the board agenda, you can almost just take that off of that to put that onto the Nixle so people know what's coming up. But I would like them separated by where action is going to be taken and where action is just discussion so that people will know that this is up for discussion and we're not taking an action on it tonight. I think that's going to be very helpful for people like me who would like to print out sections so that we can make comments on it without having to handwrite the section that we want to talk about. Last, I note that, of course, you've heard me many times talk about the new governance plan. I have been continually told, don't worry, nothing has been decided. And I see tonight there is possible action on approving a 6-month plan. I was reading through the board packet and I realized, gee, why does it say March 2014 or 2024? 2024. Are we in 25? Yeah. Are we? Yeah, okay. 2024. And I'm thinking, wait, March, that was when Sharon was still here. How is this the plan, the governance plan? Then I go on and I find, oh, wait, there's a memo from John saying, oh, here, we're going to do a 6-month trial. And so what I saw when I looked at that trial, it's exactly what was described to us months ago. There has been no change, as far as I can tell, on anything that we were suggesting needed to happen. The only thing I could find was that there is a board member on the, what are they called? Wait a second, I've got it right here. On the standing committees, whereas before there was not. But now there is. Great. But we still have the policy committees that are in between us and the board. And those policy committees are only board members. So once again, the community voice is muted as soon as it leaves the standing committee. Finally, when I read all of the descriptions for those committees, I never saw any place in there where the community gets to have a say in what is prudent and what is not prudent when we were purchasing things for capital. I would like to see that put back in. In the past, things that were very expensive, I'm not talking about even anything that's like under $5,000, who cares? But when we're discussing something like a new street sweeper, which is very expensive, that should come before the community. So we can say, yes, we really endorse the fact that you're going to have a street sweeper that's actually going to take debris off, and we're going to improve the quality of our lakes. And those are the kinds of things that we as community members need to know when you are spending our money. Finally, the last thing I wanted to make a point on was I also read the strategic plan. If you go through that plan and you read it as I did, what you will discover is this is a strategic plan that has been driven by staff and the board and not the residents. We have been given lip service by being offered to go to focus groups and things of this nature. And the survey that they use, which by the way, I really like the person who did the survey, but the survey they used is a cookie cutter. It wasn't designed for Shorewood. So it is, to me, an error to put at the last paragraph of the strategic plan that you want to thank all the hard work of the staff and the board. That's not what should be driving a strategic plan for the village. The community should be driving the strategic plan. We're the ones who are going to be here 10 years from now, not your staff. So I have a real quarrel with the strategic plan. I have a real quarrel with governance and the muting of the community. And you all know I've been saying this for a very long time. So I will now. I know there was something else, but I can't remember. So go slide. Thank you.
Shabna?
I have a chance to address some of that. First, you know that Sam, I adore you. And I appreciate the fact that you come to the board meetings and express your opinion. And if there's something that we're not doing right, I know, Sam, you're gonna let us know. One point, Brian, can you find out if the Nixle has like a character limit? And so
It does.
Definitely have to look into that.
Okay.
I didn't want to say that I wasn't familiar with I assume there's a limit to what we can put into it.
You can put a link in it.
Yeah, and we may be able to do that.
And so that can solve that problem.
And the link would maybe be to the agenda, because that's only 2 pages at most. People will know what's coming up. But as far as like the strategic plan, I don't know how many residents.
Let me just
Let me just give me one chance.
because I really wasn't expecting to have anybody.
We try to keep
Well,
it to
I'll do
clarifying
one
questions,
sentence.
but
One
This
sentence.
is
Yeah.
not a clarifying question.
Well, it is a clarifying question.
Okay.
The question is, aside from the process, I think it would be helpful to the board if it was very specific on what was not in line with the village, because we'll always ask for residents' feedback, we'll get resident feedback, and how much is enough is, you know, we put it out there. So I think it's more helpful if this is what I don't like about the plan, then I don't like only the process of the plan.
Do I get to respond?
if you
or-
would like to, Sam, I'll
Is
give you
that-
that opportunity. Be happy to.
What I don't like about the plan is that it was mostly staff driven. And if you'll read that plan, you will see that the staff was brought in to do the long-term planning on implementation, not the public. We were supposedly given this survey.
Process, and not, I don't like this part of the plan.
Okay, but if
It's
it's the process that was used to develop a strategic plan.
It's not, I don't think it's accurate that residents were not included.
They were included. And as I
You
said,
know, I'm sorry, Sam.
yeah,
I mean,
this is why it's going on
no,
beyond.
no,
that.
no, no. I mean, the points you made today are very good. They're going to be considered very, very seriously. If you guys want a sidebar,
Sure.
you know, after the meeting or tomorrow or something, I think that would be great. Or I'd be happy to talk with you on the phone as well.
I'm happy to have a sidebar.
All right.
Yeah.
Are there other public comments this evening? Other public comments? Marilyn?
I do have someone with their hand up.
Okay, thanks.
Couple of things. I guess I'll stand here because,
Actually, you'll end up on the screen.
well, and that's good. Couple of things. First of all, thank you all for being here. It's very difficult to be a trustee. Seeing the 12 years I was a trustee, I turn around and it was another board meeting. So I appreciate everyone's volunteers, everyone's conscientiously trying to carry out the objectives of our community because we appreciate our community. As I looked at the governance plan, one of the things that struck me is how committees are appointed, how members are appointed to committees. When I was a trustee during those 12 years, chairs of the committee as a trustee, personnel, Blackhawk, Parks, I selected the committee members when there were vacancies and the board voted on them. Now, I was surprised during the prior administration that the president was appointing persons to the committee. And I thought, how could that be? Was there a change in the ordinance? And I went to the ordinance and it apparently does say that the president appoints persons to the committee subject to the approval of the board. Well, I would like the board to seriously consider amending that. Because while that might have been in the ordinance, that was not the policy of this community. And the trustees who were chairs of the committee would select the members subject to the approval of the board. I recall at one point, the board president at the time challenged my recommendation, and I was so amazed, and I explained it, and it didn't occur to me at the moment that that wasn't my authority. Now, the value of that is that the president has one vote, just like everyone else, and we serve as a board. By giving the president, regardless of who it is, the power to select each member of the committee, and in fact, even veto, and I know that's happened, veto who the chair of the committee is recommending, then you get a really executive type governance. And that is not what has made this community so small. Now 2,500, when I was on the board, it was 1,500, 1,800 people. Because as committee chairs, we came to identify people in the community who really had expertise. They really would work well, whether it was personnel, parks, Blackhawk committee, in a way that the president didn't. The president has a different agenda and is attempting as a different agenda. So and part of the success of this community, and if you look on the census report, you will find we're the most educated community, I think, in the United States. We have architects and lawyers and accountants and contractors. And the trustees who are chair of their committee, they identify these people. And this brings all this expertise, not to take away from the president, but the president has a different focus, is not always in favor of certain people on the committees. So my suggestion is that the ordinance be amended and the ordinance say that trustees who are chairs of the committee have the authority, with the consent of the board, to select and appoint vacancies to that committee. Because we cannot survive as a community on paid staff. Full-time staff has expanded quite a bit since I was chair of personnel. And we have wonderful full-time staff, but it is not sustainable Because every time we have a full-time position, it isn't just the cost of that position this year. It's increasing retirement benefits the following year, salary increases, longevity increases, health insurance premiums, which I believe went up 30, 40 or whatever percent. It's always far beyond the cost of living. So that is why our community worked very hard when I was personnel chair. We kept part-time folks in the village hall. They were usually residents who were educators, tremendous education, and we kept them below the hours where they would get benefits. And I'm an attorney who represents working people. I believe in benefits, and those workers who are full-time, we protected them. No one was ever fired on my watch. That's another issue. But we have to be careful here. And one last thing on staff. There was quite a hullabaloo about drafting of agenda items. And that came to my attention, and I looked at it further, and I saw that we now had a policy that staff prepares the minutes for all the meetings. When I was a trustee, they prepared the board minutes, sometimes the plan commission. That is not sustainable. And when I asked the previous administrator why, said, well, they won't do them right and we'll have liability. I said, well, listen, don't tell me our residents cannot follow a template and complete minutes. It's a thankless task. I know it, but I can do it. I can follow a template. I can complete the minutes. We simply cannot have our amazing staff doing these routine duties that volunteer residents can do. Will they complain? Yes. May they take an extra week? Well, I think we can follow deadlines if it's structured a little more. So again, those are my thoughts, and I thank you very much for attention.
Thanks, Mary. Do we have other public comments? Julie, did you say someone was online?
Yes, Craig Weinholt has his hand up.
Okay.
Craig, you want to turn on your camera and speak?
Yeah, my camera the host has stopped it. I can't turn the camera on right now.
Sorry about that. I think that's an auto thing here.
Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
Sorry, Craig.
Right. Well, thank you. I just have a few comments. One of the items on the agenda tonight is about a certified survey map on Columbia Drive. It creates 3 micro lots for the purpose of selling them as buildable lots.
Hey, Craig, sorry to interrupt. Could you speak up a little bit louder for the audience?
Oh, yes, sorry.
So
I'm
much.
not sure even where my microphone is on this computer. So the certified survey map is going to create 3 lots for the purpose of selling them as buildable lots. All are going to be problematic to build. We should expect that all the lots will have to ask for variances on setbacks, maybe height restrictions, permeable surfaces, and so forth. All of the lots, if they are eventually built, will certainly go before the zoning board of appeals. All these micro lots do fit the letter of R2 zoning. There is some ambiguity around front yard setbacks, and I'm sure you'll get into that when the issue comes up before you. But since they do fit the letter of R2 zoning, you will need to approve them tonight, just as the Plan Commission had to before. But looking forward, we need to recognize how exceptional this certified survey map is. And for context, there's nearly 400 Shorewood homes zoned R2. Only about 4 that I can find have the same front yard setback concern. And all those 4 are from the early years of our village's history. This certified survey map is going to create 3 more properties that have a front yard setback concern. Throughout the whole village, we only have 2 other houses R2 on lots that are less than 6,000 square feet. This CSM creates 2 more. So it's really pushing the needle. Or it's perfectly legal, and there's nothing wrong with it, except the fact that it's exceptional in so many ways. And I think that's something that we need to consider, especially since there are other lots in Shorewood Hills that could undergo CSMs, just like this one. So, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Johnny, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, John Fagley. I wanna talk about committees also. You know, since the early days of our village, committees have been what's kind of made the village function. It has given ownership to people. And by ownership, I mean that they identify more with the village, they get to know people in the village, they work with people in the village, and they get things done. It's been a really important part of the village. So we have a guy come in from Kansas City, a guy who was mayor 1 term. On his 2nd term, he didn't even make the primaries because some of the issues he had in his 1st term. And this is the guy that comes here and tells us how to run our village. And let me tell you, this isn't Kansas City. What the committees do is they give expertise, they give institutional knowledge, they give people who have skin in the game an opportunity to give that skill to the village. We're at a time where we're having trouble, the staff is overworked. We don't have enough staff, they're overworked, probably underpaid. And what you're proposing really strips those committees and changes the very nature of what makes the village function. When you see Gary Johnson down there years ago, marking off the soccer fields, you see him mowing the soccer fields. Those are the kind of things that committees instill and give to our community. It isn't that we do work that we have to pay for. That's great. It isn't that we bring expertise that we might have to hire a consultant for. But the real point of the committees is that it brings people together in the community and it makes a community. The community is made up of its parts, and the committee structure is a huge part of bringing those people together and making community. It's sort of a bottom up of all kinds of people being involved. It isn't just the people in the committee. If there's 10 people in the committee, those people have neighbors, they have family members. It's a way of involving the community. It's a bottom up form of government in a small community. If you take Funkhauser's idea, it basically makes it into a top down instead of a bottom up. It's more of a Orban-Hungary kind of concept. And what it does is it puts more pressure on the board. It puts more pressure on those people who are a smaller group of people who are going to be wrestling with these facts. It probably takes most of the community volunteerism away. And I think that's something that's been critical to our community and having friends and neighbors who work together. And I think you have to be very careful about dabbling with that structure, because some of those people in the committees they're hard to get people with the expertise that are on those committees. It's hard to get people that will give that knowledge for free. And in the process of giving it, you build a community. If you don't have it, you lose a community. So I think you have to look at it from the point of view of, first, is staff really able to take over these functions, which will view about. In my committee, our committee had gotten quite weak and the staff had taken it over, and not denigrating the staff, but the whole thing fell apart. They just didn't have the time. They didn't have the expertise. They didn't have the knowledge to keep things going. So when you look at committee structure,
It's good to have people from all over the community in your committee. It's good to have young people. It's good to have variety of people. That's good. But you still need that structure. And I don't like the idea that Funkhauser comes in here and tells us how to run our village. And his suggestion is something that's the antithesis of what we've been doing the entire time we've been a village. I think we ought to think long and hard before we upset that apple cart. Because sometimes when you tear things apart, it's real hard to put them back together. And right now we have something that functions and functions quite well. So I'd encourage you to think long and hard about that, and I would advocate to keep that structure that you have. Thank you.
Johnny, thanks for that. Just to clarify, obviously, we're going to be talking about this issue tonight. Do you think it would be possible for us to keep kind of the historic way we've always had our committees? But then when it comes to kind of organizing it for the board, which is, I think, the proposal in front of us tonight, have a 3-level or 3-member board policy committee. Wouldn't that expedite things? Wouldn't that be a helpful thing for the committees?
I don't think so. I think that when the committees don't really make decisions. If there's important decisions, it always comes to the board. So to put one more structure in the middle, I don't see how it really helps. And what you don't want to be in a committee, you know, if you're gonna do the work, you don't want to carry the water and not be the one that advocates the board.
It might give you some power to get things done if you've got 3 members on board, but we're going to talk about it. I appreciate your comments. Are there other comments here this evening? Public comments? Anything else online, Julie?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Now.
All right. Next section is the candidate forum, right? Okay, item 7, candidate forum. Statements from candidates for village president and trustee. I think Julia gave us 3 to 5 minutes. And then so you'll keep us on track. I guess I'm up first. Do you want me to stand up there and look at the camera? Or?
Yeah, I think I was gonna ask everyone, well, it's up to you. I mean, you're already on camera, but I want to make sure that all.
No, I'll stand there.
On camera.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm not gonna give up my seat to everyone, right?
That's right.
Right. All right. Started. Well, thanks again, everyone, for coming out. As I said, it's such a brutally cold evening. You know, of course, it's been an honor to serve or serve the village on the board since 2012. My wife Kathy and I have called the village home since 2004, raising Jack and Cora and Ben and Grace. And what we know is a remarkable community, known for outstanding schools, exceptional natural resources and recreation opportunities, and I think top-notch municipal services. Recently, I even moved my nonprofit offices after 26 years to a home on Edge Hill. So I'll be spending even more time in the village I care so deeply about. I bring a unique combination of experience as a former small business owner, nonprofit leader, and current village president with a proven track record of working collaboratively with the board, staff, and residents to achieve greater efficiency while maintaining high-quality services. As chair of the Personnel Committee, I treated our employees with fairness and respect, recognizing them as partners in our success. As chair of the Finance Committee, I relied on my management background to make tough decisions that balance our budget while preserving excellent services and maintaining our AAA bond rating, an achievement earned by only a handful of Wisconsin communities. On the Plan Commission, I led efforts to chair the Garden Homes Neighborhood Plan to address catastrophic flash flooding, and we developed funding strategies for the now completed University Avenue reconstruction without burdening taxpayers. Why am I seeking a second term as village president? I love this work. Serving the village is my way of giving back to a community that has given so much to our family. Together, we've made significant progress in infrastructure development, environmental sustainability, and fostering community connections, and I want to keep that momentum going. In 2024, we achieved several key milestones. We launched a strategic governance framework to improve collaboration and transparency. Completed the University Avenue reconstruction, incorporating 8-foot diameter stormwater pipes to mitigate future flood damage, and added, of course, 3 bus rapid transit stations. We secured federal state streets funding to improve safety for all. We adopted a comprehensive outdoor recreation plan, a CORP, to guide park improvements and to ensure DNR grant eligibility. I heard the street sweeper tonight. We acquired a very high efficient street sweeper to enhance water quality, and actually we exceed now stormwater runoff standards for the first time. We joined the Wisconsin Local Government Climate Coalition to advance sustainability efforts regionally and locally. And I led a rigorous candidate recruitment process to hire a highly collaborative leader, our village administrator, Brian Mooney. We also prioritized community engagement through surveys, town halls, and events like the All City Swim Meet, Sherwood Summer Nights, and the Green Market, which promoted sustainability, energy efficiency, and EV adoption. We celebrated our local history with another discovery of ancient Lake Mendota canoes. And of course, we work to ensure that our committees reflect the diverse makeup of our community. Looking ahead to 2025, we have ambitious plans that align with our values of sustainability, inclusion, and long-term planning. Key initiatives include finalizing the McKenna Park Master Plan to improve public lake access and enhance a treasured green space, beginning pool building renovations to ensure safety and usability for all residents, implementing the village's first ever strategic plan with substantial community input to guide priorities for the next 3 to 5 years, redesigning the village's website to improve transparency and accessibility. We're also planning for long-range improvements to aging village facilities to meet current and future needs, particularly with the 100th anniversary celebration of the village just a couple of years away now in 2027. And we'll be replanting all that native vegetation along the bike trail to support biodiversity and climate resilience. I'm finishing up. We're also exploring new residential development opportunities along University Avenue corridor to grow our tax base and increase housing options, including walk-up townhouses, family-friendly walk-up townhouses. These projects will integrate green space and community gathering areas as envisioned in the University Avenue corridor plan. In Garden Homes, I will work to ensure redevelopment addresses critical needs for missing middle housing, while preserving the neighborhood's character. This includes multi-unit or cluster housing types, green open spaces, stormwater management, and landscaping buffers consistent with the goals of the Garden Homes neighborhood plan. Planned unit development, PUD zoning, is a practical tool that we can use to balance redevelopment and community. Additionally, I support investments in complete green streets, common open spaces, and infrastructure upgrades to improve public safety and protect the village's historic tree canopy and character. I'm proud of what we've accomplished together and grateful for the opportunity to continue serving. I will bring a collaborative, practical, and effective approach to solving problems and advancing village's priorities. Thank you for your support in making Sherwood Hills a vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable community. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Who's up next?
Well,
Rocky?
next on the
Rocky?
agenda is Rocky. Rocky sent a statement that he asked, I told, all candidates if they couldn't attend, they could send a statement and I would
Okay.
read it.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna stand in front of the camera since I'm not Rocky.
Yep.
But I will go ahead and read Rocky's statement for everyone here. So this is a statement provided by Rocky Van Asten as a candidate for village president. As a longtime village resident, I've become very concerned. Specifically, I see concentration of decision-making, moving actions away from our once strong committee process, expensive building projects without critical community input regarding the cost, function, and need. Referendums are increasingly considered as a tool to fill budget holes, failing to seek out additional sources of revenue. increasing full-time staff positions without the revenue to pay for them, a continuous stream of hiring expensive consultants, the overall lack of transparency. I'm an engineer who, as a resident of many decades and a longtime volunteer, knows the nuts and bolts of our village. And until recently, I was one of the village's primary resources for many issues regarding buildings, sewers, and roads. As president, I would focus on our core issues: streets, water, sewage, parks, safety, and forest management are the real needs of our village. By running for village president, I am offering the village of Shorewood Hills a clear choice regarding our priorities moving forward. Please vote for Rocky Van Asten as our next village president.
Thanks for that, Julie, and to Rocky. Mark Lederer. Up, you're up.
I'm Mark Lederer. Most of you know me, but those of you who don't, 3447 Edgehill Parkway, bottom of Edgehill Parkway and Sumac Drive. Sue and I moved here in 2008. I am currently retired after a career in finance. Sue continues to teach at the university, probably not for much longer, but a bit longer anyway. I first got involved in village government back in 2012, joining Public Safety and Health Committee. And at that time, the major issue was the potential contracting out of the fire service. So I kind of jumped into village governance at a time when there was a hot button issue on the table. And it was a very educational experience and one that I enjoyed and appreciated, and I felt was appreciated by the community. So I joined the village board in 2014 and have been pretty much on the village board for the last decade. So a good question you might ask me is, why are you still doing this? Why do I continue to be involved in the village? And it's because I care about the village. The village is important to me. Good governance is important to me. And I think a major factor in my thinking now was this board has been really ambitious. This board has taken on a lot of major projects. And that's not to say other boards didn't work hard and do big things, but this board's plate is full. And what do I mean by that? If you look at tonight's agenda, the village strategic plan, we've never had a strategic plan. This will be the first time with that. Village street repairs. It's a lot more than repairs, as you probably all know. On the east side, it might be repairs, but on the west side, it's reconstruction. And we're going to get to the finances about that in just a minute, but it's a big deal, right? What else we got on the agenda? Village facilities, which is right now the discussion about the renovation of the Public Works building, consolidation of administration, police, and public works into a single facility. Obviously, another big project and a costly one. And then finally, the village governance project, which you've already heard from tonight, so I won't go into that in any more length, but you'll hear more. There are two projects beyond that that I care about. One is the village website, which the board recently approved, gave the village administrator a go-ahead to reinvent that. And the final one, and probably the one dearest to my heart, is a village planning model. The village's finances are basically run now on a one-year operating budget and a 5-year capital investment plan. But we have to look beyond a year. With respect to the operating budget, we're dealing with issues of levy limits, and it's just getting tougher and tougher. And this is something we can't go in each year and try to figure out the spur of the moment. We need to take a longer-term look at this. Beyond that, we know that we have projects that are going to span well beyond 5 years. Road reconstruction is a major example. So we again need to plan and to model for these things in order to do the best possible job for the village, for the residents in terms of managing our finances. So I guess I just felt like this is a commitment I made to the village. on these projects. And I'd like to, with the village's, consent, approval, votes, whatever, I'd like to continue to do, to the best of my ability. And, so I hope I will get the privilege of serving another 2 years for the village, and, appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep.
Shabna,
I'm gonna sit here because I'm on the camera, but then I
Yeah.
can look at the board and I can look at everybody. Although I feel bad because I have my back to Carol. All right, so I also wrote something. I am Shabna Lutfi, and I've lived in the village for 8 years now. During the day, I manage an immigration litigation firm. We're hiring, by the way, multiple positions open.
can't imagine why.
The dream there is to do for immigrants what RBG did for women. So we sue the federal government on behalf of individuals to change law, mostly because we've given up on Congress. I've been a trustee since 2019, so that's 6 years now. This is my 4th time on the ballot. I've been on personnel, waterfront services, Blackhawk Country Club, Public Works, ad hoc committees, president pro tem for 1 year. I'm proud of weekly recycling. I think that's a popular one among other things we've done. But it has not always been a joyous experience for me. This past term, from April of 2023 to April of 2024, was a very challenging and painful time for me to be on the board. Some members of the board brought a censure resolution against me for publicly voicing discrimination. And so I really did have to ask myself, why would you stay? If it is a volunteer position, there's no perks. And having thought about it extensively, what keeps me here is a sincere, genuine care for the community. And that care runs far deeper than any hardship that ever gets thrown at me. What I want for Sherwood Hills, and I think it's what residents want, is to be heard. I think they want to be included in the decisions that are made. So the word inclusivity has a different meaning for different people. Let me explain what I mean by that. When residents complain about the train whistling in the middle of the night, and it does whistle, it's not a honk or a horn, I Googled it. It matters. It matters. It matters that we look into it to see if a gate can be added so that our residents, our neighbors on Tally Ho can get a good night's rest. When I hear elderly neighbors who've lived in the village their entire life and they want to stay and downsize to a condo, but there's none available, it matters. It matters. Aging is not for the faint of heart. Your back hurts, your legs hurt, you know, can't fall asleep at night. Your body is changing and the world around you is changing at an exponentially fast pace. So you go to get a new thermostat and it asks you for your email address. I think if the village decides to move Village Hall to the old firehouse, it should use this land to develop it into a condominium so that our elderly neighbors who are marginalized and even young professionals have meaningful housing opportunities. If it's not financially sexy enough for developers to do it, it's something that we can do. Because when the private sector fails to meet the needs of society, government has a role to step in. And you can't say we can't be landlords because we already are. And you can't say municipalities don't develop housing projects because they do. In today's world, it's not just the marginalized that need a voice. I think it's your average citizen. So when Marilyn Townsend says, before you raise my taxes, you should be looking at garden homes, she has a point. That's fair criticism. It doesn't mean go develop anything and rubber stamp whatever goes up. It means go have a conversation. And so I've been doing research and having conversations so that at least when we go to look at that garden homes project again, we can have a basis of facts. We cannot have a conversation if we don't agree on the facts. One voice, one complaint is enough. I had one family tell me that they could not add another bedroom to their house because of the floor area ratio ordinance. So I went to 3 plan commission meetings on their behalf to advocate for a change. And then I heard of another family who wasn't able to update their attic because of this ordinance. And then this weekend, I heard of a third family. So I will be sending around a petition for signatures for support to see how much support there is for this change. Now, maybe some of my ideas are crazy. Maybe they're wild. Maybe they're just foolish, but they're worthy of a conversation. Instead of opposition, resistance, or obstruction, residents deserve a timely response that is based on logic and reasoning. They should not be ignored or strung along for months, if not years. And that's where I think that we as a board and community could use a little bit of improvement. We're too quick to dismiss anything that challenges or disagrees with our worldview. And I have examples. In a closed session board meeting, when we were going to discuss the former administrator's performance evaluation, I wanted to bring up the staff turnover rate. And that conversation got shut down. One trustee said, "Stop, you can't say that." And then another person said, "Read the room." It was a fair question, but it was obviously making people uncomfortable. And it was a fair question that was brought up in private. So we as a body and a community need to have higher tolerance for discomfort and painful truths. I think I'm surrounded by some really, really smart people. And I think the board's performance would be through the roof if we could have meaningful dialogue without hating each other or seeing the worst in each other. When we judge a message by our judgment of the messenger, we all lose. And just in conclusion, because I think my time is up, it is an honor to be on the ballot. We all have many titles. I am an attorney, an employer, a trustee. Recently, chauffeur has been added to the list. But I am first and foremost, always will be, a human being. Compassion coupled with good judgment and accountability serve as my compass. And when it comes to caring for this community, no issue is too small and no fight is too big. I ask for your vote.
Who's Shabnam?
Thanks, Shabnam. Kate.
There she is, he's nothing behind you.
All right. You think I could stand here so my back isn't to anyone?
We can't, if you get on camera, we just have, as long as you're on camera.
Okay, because I'd like to turn and see everyone. So, is that cool? That works? Okay.
That's great.
All right. My name is Kate Olsvik, and I'm here to ask for your vote for village trustee. I'm grateful every morning I wake up in Shorewood Hills. Our community is kind, and we care for each other and look out for our neighbors. After living in Madison previously, my husband and I moved back during the early summer months of the pandemic in 2020. I would love the opportunity to give back to this community the way it has supported us over the last 4 years. I'm asking for your support to serve as a village trustee because I want to protect and enhance the values and charm of this amazing community. I'm confident about the future we can build here for the residents of today and tomorrow. I'd like to explore a more modern approach to how we communicate with each other and find more ways for folks to engage with village decisions and discussions. I'd like to explore how we can expand the use of village assets like the pool, the community center, and the old fire station. I think that we can be bold while we protect the things that make this such a wonderful place to live in. I spent the first 10 years of my professional career working with communities and advocating for progressive social change. I was and continue to be alarmed by the changing climate and our lack of response to address critical environmental issues. I also worked to drive awareness and interest in healthcare enrollment when the ACA passed and was put into law. And my proudest moment was working to re-elect President Obama when I managed a field team of over 100 community volunteers and a 30-person plus staff operation. In the last 10 years, I pivoted to become a leader in business. In 2017, I graduated with an MBA from the University of Wisconsin-Madison with a focus in brand and product management. I immediately went to work in the tech industry, which is where I currently still work, leading marketing and communication strategy. In my professional work, I manage a large budget and have to make strategic trade-offs to advance our business priorities. Our village is poised to make some critical decisions that will impact the next generation of Shorewoodians. I feel I can combine this community organizing know-how with making sound, fiscally responsible business decisions. In terms of my guiding principles and values, I feel very strongly about. I have 3 that I'd like to highlight. First, transparency and inclusiveness in communications, the theme tonight. I know there are better and more modern ways that the village can communicate with each other. Right now, we have an outdated website. I know it's getting updated, but we have ad hoc updates. We also leverage an informal Facebook group for many critical communications, which requires residents to use that social media platform or miss out. I think we can find more inclusive ways to communicate that effectively engage all residents. For example, increasing the number of town halls and open forums, a strong email platform, quarterly pulse surveys, to name a few. I've experienced building these types of engagement strategies from the ground up, and I can bring this experience to the village. Secondly, fiscally responsible decision-making. Management and leadership is about trade-offs and prioritization. Over the coming months, this village will be faced with making many important decisions. How do we develop new revenue streams? How do we protect and invest our core assets? This will require someone who can bring both qualitative inputs, like listening to village residents, and quantitative inputs, like reviewing our village budget. These are exactly the skills I bring to the table, and many of which I lead in a professional capacity. And finally, visionary leadership for the future. In a few short years, as John mentioned, the village will turn 100. I want to push this board, the residents, and our staff to be bold. Let's see into the future and position the village to become a place where we invest in environmental practices that protect our natural heritage, where we invest more into what makes this place wonderful, our community pool, our many parks, and most importantly, the kindness of the neighbors and our staff. As a mom of younger kids who have yet to even enjoy, I think, one of the greatest assets, the elementary school, I'm invested in building a sustainable, strong village community for the next generation of Shorewood residents. So I ask for your support this spring to give me a chance to represent your best interests and allow me to serve as a village trustee. Thank you so much.
That's good. That's great. All right, we are out of candidates, I think, Julie. Okay. We'll move on then. Item 8, board matters, payment of bills. Julie, you want to speak to that, or Mark, or best?
Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
That'd be great.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that the board approve payment of bills in the amount of $4,319,349.65.
Is there a second to that motion?
Who was it?
Pick one, doesn't matter.
Pick one.
There's 3 hands. They all agree.
All right, who's the second?
I guess Dietmar.
Dietmar, thank you. Further discussion? Do anything remarkable on there from your
Well,
perspective?
as Brian noted in the packet, I just wanted, this is a high amount, but it's because we had our January tax settlement, so this is money that we received that is due to the county, the school district, and NHMC, and so we're just giving them their share from our December receipt.
Thanks for reiterating that. All right, ready then, to approve payment of bills? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. Item B, consent agenda. Sir, Dietmar?
Yeah, I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda with all the items listed on it.
Is there a second? Thank you, Rob. Further discussion?
I was wondering if we could take an item off.
What would you like to take off,
The
Shabna?
village pool membership rates.
Okay,
It's okay. I've got no issue with that.
all right, we've got a motion then, to approve the consent agenda for items B1 and B2. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. Shabnam, would you like to address item 3?
Sure. My question is why there's a different rate for resident and non-resident? So normally when there is a different rate of resident and non-resident pool memberships, it's because residents subsidize, taxpayer money is subsidizing. But in this case, the pool money is just pool money. It has its own fund. So why should we differentiate between resident and non-resident?
I was actually thinking the residents should get a better deal, but, Mark, do you have some
Yeah,
history on that?
The residents do pay less than it.
They do. It's about a 17% reduction when I looked at the numbers.
Oh, I see what I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the resident rate is about 83% of the non-resident rate. So,
Right,
yeah, so
17.
it's about 7%.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think it relates back and to the history of the pool, the fact that the pool is still owned by the village. It's
Yeah.
still a village asset.
Yeah,
Residents still pay taxes to support the village.
that's right.
And so I think this has been a legacy from the time that the pool was created, that there's always been some recognition of the fact that the village residents contribute to the pool and to the pool community. So
What percentage of the pool members are residents, you know, offhand?
I think it's about
25%.
3/4 of them are non-residents, maybe
Really?
2/3, 3/4. So the majority are non-residents.
So it's a minority that's getting this.
The residents are a minority of the pool members, correct?
Shabnam, is that helpful for your question?
I think, like, we can go forward with it, but in the future, if you guys are trying to raise funds to pay for the pool renovation, everybody just paid the same rate. You're gonna hit that amount sooner. No reason for residents to get a benefit since resident tax money, $0 is my understanding, goes towards the pool. But that could be a conversation for next year.
Can I ask, I didn't see, or maybe I missed it. Did we move the pool rates or did we leave them the same or?
We moved them up about, I think, 1% or 2% is all. It was just
Okay.
pretty much across the board, trying to keep this 83% ratio
Okay.
Across the board in all the different membership categories.
Okay, it wasn't a big move. So
No,
it's- okay.
it was a fairly modest one. But one of the concerns of the pool committee, the pool community is being able to finance the round of approval of projects, capital projects in the pool.
Right.
We have about $1 million
Shade
that we plan
structures.
to invest in the pool in
Right.
2026. And the pool has always been self-sufficient from a financial point of view. The pool doesn't draw on the general fund, it has its own fund.
Yeah.
But it will need to borrow in order to finance those capital expenditures. And therefore, pool membership rates need to continue to move up to provide the funds for those improvements.
Would anybody be okay with Eagle Heights paying the same fee as residents do?
Going the other direction, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I would be comfortable supporting something like that. The spur of the moment is something we could study, but
Would anybody be okay with, we all pay the non-resident fee?
Hey, Mark.
John, I'd like to make a motion for the approval of the 2025 Village Pool membership rates.
Such a classic example of ignore the conversation, move on. Do not provide reasoning or rationale, ignore and proceed.
John, I think point of order is due.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
I would like the record to reflect that the board is not allowed to answer that question
Well-
of whether we can all pay the non-resident fee.
Shabnam, there's a motion. I'll ask for a second and then there'll be an opportunity for discussion and board members to share whatever they'd like. Is there a second to Dietmar's? Thank you, Carol. All right, discussion. Rob,
I'll answer, or try to answer Shauna's first question about the Eagle Heights, and I think that's an interesting proposal. Obviously, like Mark said, in the spur of the moment, I don't know if I know enough about the issue and any potential problems, whether I could support that. But I think that it's something that the pool committee should study. The Eagle Heights community is very much intertwined with the village of Shorewood Hills, especially through the elementary school. And in addition, Eagle Heights families typically do not, are in lower income. So I think that could be a very interesting proposal and one that the village should look at closely, whether that's something we could do. So.
thank you, Rob. That's helpful. Other comments, thoughts? Shabnam,
Well,
and then Bob.
The question was, can we just have one rate, the non-resident rate?
For everyone.
Mhm.
Whether they're for non-residents or for residents. Right, well, I thought we talked about that, but go ahead, Carol. And then Bob, sorry, Bob.
all right.
I guess I would point out that the village does backstop the pool in various ways that don't have to do with the budget. With the All City last year, we floated a loan that the committee needed, while they were still securing funding. Where people from the village are involved in the interviewing process every year. And the village staff, are involved in the communications, the registration, even though there's some payment for that time. I think that the village is not the same as non-village residents in terms of support for the pool.
Bob?
Well, I agree with Rob that we could look at both these things. I think you're suggesting on one hand to raise the rates for village residents and then also lower rates for Eagle Heights. Now, maybe that can be done and it'll balance out. But I do think it takes a little more of the discussion than right now hurriedly trying to pass this with a motion sort of at the last minute. So I think the pool committee should talk about this more. in my opinion.
Yeah, and the pool committee, I'm more than happy to bring these issues to the committee. But I don't think we can adjust pool rates on the fly here at the board level without considering the opinions of the pool committee and the pool membership. So I'm open to looking at Eagle Heights. I'm open to looking at these rates, but we do need to make sure Shorewood Pool is one of the few municipal pools that is self-supporting, that doesn't draw today on the village general fund. And it does have capital expenditure needs. And we want to make sure going forward that we are satisfying and continuing those traditions, which are so important to the pool's viability. So I'm open to ideas, but I'm not open to fiddling with pool membership rates, absent going to the community and understanding their concerns and understanding the financial ramifications.
Thanks, Mark. Other comments, Shabnam?
I'm fine with it. But next time this comes around, I'd like it not to be in the consent agenda and for those questions to be answered.
Totally fair. Is there any other comments? We have a motion to approve consent agenda item B3. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. Item C, new business resolutions and motions. Item C1, presentation and possible action, village strategic plan. Julie, do we have CP2 consultant Corey? Hey, Corey, how are you?
I'm back. How is everybody doing?
Good.
Good.
So how would you like to proceed in terms of the presentation of the strategic plan?
Yep, so I have got just a very basic, a pretty short presentation for you to kind of lead us through some of the highlights. I don't believe that I can see you guys, however, once I present. So please stop me. I will pause in several places just to ask for any questions. But please, if I'm not, I may not be able to see you. So there's something that you want to cover, please feel free to go ahead and let me know. So let me go ahead and find this real quick, which of course it's not going to let me. So now I just have to do it. Yep, it's not going to let me. I've got to do it this way. Okay, I will not be able to see you.
Okay, no worries.
All right. So here we go. So since we last met, I have been working with staff to finalize mission, vision, values, and then also go through and talk about those targets and those key outcome indicators. Staff was continuing to gather data so we could finalize those targets and KOIs. So if you recall, I told you guys that I did not want to wordsmith mission and vision and values, because if I did, you guys were going to hate me and you were going to hate each other by the time we were done. So this is what I came up with based on that visioning session that we had. Forward thinking and welcoming Sherwood Hills as a desirable, thriving community. And this was based on the words that you gave me, but also the conversation that we had.
Ori, sorry to interrupt. Your screen is not sharing.
Oh no, bummer. Hold on.
There we go.
All right, let's try this one more time.
Now it's sharing.
Okay, one more click I needed there. Okay. Here we go. So here is the vision then. Forward thinking and welcoming Sherwood Hills as a desirable, thriving community. Mission statement. We deliver fiscally responsible services that successfully balance our high quality of life with a safe and sustainable future. And again, this was based on that session when I came in, we had the retreat, the words that you came up with, but also the conversation about what was important. And then your values. And I'm not going to read this to you. There's a little bit more text here. But this again was based on those words that came up about your values. And if you recall, part of what we discussed was it's not just the word itself, because for example, safety can mean different things in different places, welcoming as well. So we really wanted to have Sherwood Hills define what it meant in Sherwood Hills. So I'll give you guys just a chance to go absorb this real quick. Are there any questions or concerns about vision, mission, or values? Hearing none, I'm going to keep going. So definitions, because it's been a little while since we talked. Outcomes is essentially just what does success look like? Key outcome or performance indicators, it's what would be an indicator you're on track for achieving the outcome. What can you monitor or count? If you remember our trip to Florida, it was how are we going to get there? How are we going to measure that? Is it miles? Is it gallons of gas? Is it how many times the kids say, are we there yet? That's all that is what are we counting? And then the target is measuring progress towards those goals. Has to be measurable, X change by Y date. And with that, here are some of those goals, outcomes, key outcome indicators, and targets. So a couple of things I want to draw your attention to. First is you will see a variety of dates. This one doesn't have quite as many, but you will see it more as we go into some of the other things. Why do we have a variety of dates? A couple of reasons for that. First is some things just take longer. So we're going to go ahead and push that towards the back of our 4-year plan. Other things take a little bit less time. So we want to make sure that we can do those things more quickly. The other thing is staff capacity. We want to make sure that we are spreading out the work so that we're not either going ahead and having everything due up front, or we're going ahead and having everything due at the end, but that we're really going ahead and we're stretching those goals, those targets out appropriately so that staff is able to do that. With that, are there any questions about this first goal of financial sustainability? We will be filling in some of those dates. It just means that we don't have some of that information, or we weren't quite ready to put in that date yet.
Okay, keep going, Corey.
Okay, so one of the important things to know with a strategic plan is that this is not made in concrete, right? If you remember what I told you at the retreat was, if you guys were, for example, to get a $500,000 grant, but it might mean that you have to delay something, then obviously, you know, if it was a great grant that made a lot of sense, you would delay. And that's okay. So there might be, as we go through, some things that we adjust a little bit, but what's going to be really important after today is for that there to be updates on the progress of this. So I had talked about some things, there might be some differences in dates. If you look at this, we're looking all the way over to the right, the formalized village administrator open door hours, that's going to be done by 6th of 2025. So that's something that's going to be happening pretty quickly. Where the website update, that's not going to be until March of 2026. So that's a year away, where we're going to have the open door hours in just a few months. Are there any questions about effective operations? And again, we've got a few things that don't have dates here, but we'll get them. Somebody have a question?
Yep, go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I guess maybe this is a question more for Brian. Were you a part of establishing these dates for like the website and?
I think that was what we were working on, the work group. Yeah.
And for the YouTube channel, because I just imagine that some residents are probably chomping at the bit to see a new website and to hear that it might not come for another year. And then have a YouTube channel not coming for another, 9 or 10 months. I'm just, is that what we're expecting? Is that, or how do we explain that to residents that it's gonna take that?
Just getting the ball rolling on the website upgrades. I think once we know definitively the timeline by which they're will be able to deliver that product, I think the rest are gonna kind of fall in line from there. But I think for right now, establishing dates, whether they be ambitious or the way we have to establish some parameters by which we're trying to hold ourselves accountable to it.
Mark?
Yeah, under the key outcome indicator for this effective operations, one thing we might consider is putting in town hall meetings held by the board on a regular basis, a quarterly basis, but some basis. I think it's important as part of this communication piece. It refers to formalized village administrator open door hours. And I think the board should try to be at least as accessible as the administrator to the residents. So just trying to formalize that particular element.
Sure. And so just to make sure that I'm clear, then those are quarterly hearing meetings with the board.
Yeah, it could just be regular or periodic town hall meetings with the board.
Okay.
Something
Okay.
along those lines.
Okay. Yep. We can go ahead and add. So we like to have precise numeric targets. So do you think that 2 meetings annually is a fair number, or do you want me to come back and we can?
At a minimum.
Okay. Yep. So we can put down at least 2.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay. Got it. Okay.
You're talking about quarterly, didn't we?
No, yeah, I would hope that it would be quarterly, but obviously the board has to do its other business, and I'm mindful of all the time that the trustees already spent in their commitment to village governance, so I don't want to push it too far. But I do think we've heard from the residents time and time again about communication, and I think they really don't want to communicate with the committees as much as they want to talk to the board, because they know the board is the decision maker.
Yeah.
So, Corey, you've got at least 2. You could also do 2 to 4 town hall meetings per year. Totally up to you.
Okay. Yep. I will go ahead and we can go ahead and add that. I just marked it down on my sheet. I think if we put down at least 2, and then we can always go through and you guys could decide later that you want to do more. I think that, let's kind of see what happens with the governance structure, but we can definitely, and you guys can decide later what you want to do and shoot it back to me. But at least though, we know that we want to have an addition there. So I've got that noted.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm going to go on then to quality of life. And again, this is a few where we have some things that we need to fill in specifically on the density increase. That was a question. We don't know what the density is right now. So we're going to need to determine what the current density is before we can really figure out what kind of a density increase we want to look at. So that's one of the ones that I know that we're waiting. We really need to compile some data first. With some of these, we simply don't have the data yet. And so that's part of the reason why we are needing to a little bit more time. And then one
questions? Go ahead.
I have a question about.
Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
So
Please.
the strategic plan is a 4-year plan.
It
correct?
is. Mhm.
So percent density increase of housing affordability seems like a thing that would be hard to see a big change in 4 years. Is that a metric that we can use, or should it have more to do with actions taken to promote increase of density? So I'm interested to hear what you think about that.
I think it depends on whether or not there are potentially some, whether or not there are potentially some opportunities in place that may increase that housing density. If there are potentially some things that we think may be coming into Shorewood Hills, it may be a good way to measure it. If we think that we just want to do things like measure developer agreements, we can do that as well. And again, sometimes when we get into this, we go, oh, that wasn't really the best way to measure this. The better way to measure this really was something like developer agreements or something like that, rather than housing density itself. Again, that's part of the reason why this isn't in concrete. We may figure out as we go through, oh, that wasn't the right way to measure it. And so we may figure out as we start going that there's a better way to measure this.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Cory.
Well, I've got one more.
Oh, sorry,
on this.
Mark.
That's okay.
Yeah, please.
Again, still in quality of life on target. The first one, the modernized streets. We have number of feet resurfaced. Well, we're trying to get away from just resurfacing, I think, and moving into reconstruction, which has to do with not just the surface of the street, but the infrastructure below it, the water, the sewer, and so on. So I think here, me, it's a more important metric to look at what the reconstruction, the amount of streets that are reconstructed. Or we can make two targets here, one in terms of resurfacing and one in terms of reconstruction. But I think when we talk about modern streets, we need to really be focusing on not just the street, but what's underneath.
Yep. And so if you look to the left where it says where the KOI is, it's number of feet of pedestrian bike infrastructure, number of utilities replaced, because that goes with the complete street resolution. But I'll tell you, I really like I think your word choice there of reconstructed rather than resurfaced is probably a better way of defining that. I think it gets better to what it is that you're actually trying to describe. If we change that to reconstructed and we're looking at it in conjunction with the fact that we're talking about both feet of pedestrian bike and the number of utilities replaced, do you think if we're looking at those things in conjunction with each other, do you think that's clear? Or do you think that we need to wordsmith that a little bit?
At this point, I don't think I'd try to be too specific here as we're just finding our way through these things. So I could think I would prefer to just use the term reconstructed and limit it there until we have a chance to understand from Public Works how we might measure water and how we might measure sewer and so on and so forth. I just don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. And we are, that is also in conjunction with the complete street resolution. So we are tying that in, but I like the word reconstructed. That's a nice word. So I'll make sure we make that edit.
Mark.
Say, Cory, I don't It's not my intention to change things or wordsmith things that we have gone through at that workshop back in, I don't even recall, November. But I kept struggling with this, especially what's up on the screen with this key outcome, and the term here that I'm struggling with is housing affordability.
Mhm.
I don't know that we as a board or as a governing structure really can do much about housing affordability in the true sense of what that is asking for. I think we can put a strategic goal can really be to increase housing availability, but there are macroeconomic forces at hand that affordability, which I don't think is the intent here. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's really the availability that we can control. And what are your thoughts on this thing?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that is the reason why we started talking about density, because if we're talking about density increase, I think that embedded in there was the thought that these are living units that are not necessarily going to be 3,500 square feet residences, right? That these would be multi-unit residences, but they would be more like 3 bedrooms, because that is one of the things that for housing is very difficult to find. But again, working with zoning to make sure that there is the housing that is the new housing that is constructed in a way where it is more affordable. I think the only thing with housing availability then is, and this all goes to the board and what your choices are. I'm simply here to kind of give you guys feedback on different ways to do this. I think housing availability could then lead to single family homes that are larger single family homes, rather than my understanding, which is that you are trying to get to multifamily homes that are more appropriate for, as we were talking about earlier, seniors who want to downsize but want to stay in Shorewood Hills, or families with children who want to be able to get into Shorewood Hills but may not be able to afford a larger single family home on a lot, but trying to kind of provide some other housing options, which is then housing affordability. I mean, it could be something like, housing at different price points. That could be another way to look at that if you're not so sure about housing affordability.
I certainly wasn't on that little subcommittee that worked on this. So I'm curious, Rob. I seem to remember that maybe you were. Yeah. And I have to ask you, it shouldn't be our priority to promote or put policy in place. I don't even know how that would look like, policy in place to affect housing affordability, but the intent may have been multi-family housing opportunities, that some of which need to be affordable. Am I incorrect?
Yeah, and I think I see your point, Dietmar, about the housing affordability versus availability. And I can make an analogy. It kind of reminds me of how people complain about inflation when even we can be in a situation where inflation is low, but really people are complaining about high prices. And so the truth is housing is already, somewhat unaffordable for many people who are really struggling. And the best we can do is we can't go back in time, but we can try to create more options, like you're saying, with availability. And I think in our little subgroup, we were discussing how can we talk to developers and encourage them to make larger apartments besides these. Just the vast majority of the apartments in Shorewood Hills are 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom. And also more opportunities to subsidize at below market rates. So does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, you're confirming that it's a multi-family housing availability, because if when you are not here in 10 years from now, we look at or 4 years from now, we look at this plan, say housing affordability, I'm reading this now just out of context again, and it's like, wow, there's nothing that we can do from a policy matter, but the intent is to create multifamily housing availability, of which there are affordable units and larger, correct?
Yeah.
And I guess that's the goal of what this was trying to capture, specifically in quality of life, is my recollection.
Would option be a better term than affordability then, Dietmar? Make it a little broader?
I thought the goal is to have the board focus on policy that would allow for multifamily housing density in areas of the village, like the university corridor. As we're looking at this as a strategic plan, that we can remind ourselves of that fact.
How do you feel about a variety of housing types or a variety of housing options instead of housing affordability?
I personally like that. I wrote down diversity of housing options, but
And that's fine too. Yeah.
would that be helpful for clarifying?
I mean, as long as
Diversity of
whoever
housing
reads
options?
this, that the intent is clear. The way I'm reading it doesn't resonate with what I thought we had talked about at the workshop.
Shabnam and then Bob. Shabnam.
Can we just say housing options, because diversity and options mean the same thing in that sentence?
That was my point, because it's a little broader than, under that could be availability and affordability. So.
You got that, Corey?
I'm sorry, I missed what Shabnam said. What do you want to go with the housing options?
Just housing options.
Just housing
Rather
options?
than
Okay.
housing affordability, just have housing option.
Okay. Done.
Does that work for you?
We can make that happen. And I think particularly because this is not something that's ever going to be pulled out and looked at by itself. It's always going to be looked at in the context of the key outcome indicator and the target. So I think when you put those things together, then it's pretty clear what kinds of things that you're looking at. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Housing options it is.
Okay.
Workforce development. And again, I'll let you guys kind of absorb this. These were some things, if you look at this was a lot of things that we really kind of pushed off to the end of that 4-year time period, because some of these things are just going to take a while.
My suggestion here on the key outcome indicator where you have percentage of policies complete.
Yes.
Actually, I think I'd be more interested in percentage of updated policies. In other words, it's not whether our existing policies are 50% or 75% or 100% complete. I mean, the policies, by definition, they exist, they're 100% complete. The issue is, are we updating? Are we keeping current our policies? Are we keeping on top of it? So
sure. So percentage of policies updated. Absolutely. That makes sense. Yeah, absolutely.
They're complete, not complete.
Okay. Other comments, any thoughts, anything for Corey for workforce development?
Oh,
do we have any data that supports the goal of reduced time to fill by 25%? I mean, do we have any data about how historically what the stats look like? How long has it taken historically to do something before we commit ourselves to reduce it by 25%? We have to reduce it by 25% from what?
We have no goal.
So I just don't know if the number 25% was just pulled out of the air and there's no reference.
yeah. It was not
That's my
necessarily.
concern. It's a bit arbitrary.
That actually was not as arbitrary as it looked. I think a lot of the turnover that they were looking at was specifically, we were looking at administration and the police department. There had been a lot of turnover in those two departments. So they are compiling some data because they haven't looked at it, but that was just anecdotally when we were having the conversations, that 25%. Just looking at, I think that administration, I think that they don't have anybody there other than David, who's been there for more than 2 years or 2.5 years. And I believe that they've had some turnover in the police department as well. So just anecdotally, 25% was a number that everyone was comfortable with. But yes, they are also having to get and I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the wrong one. I was looking at baseline data, increasing years of tenure. Forget what I just said. That's a totally different conversation. Time to fill, when we were talking, there were things that they can do that we were already talking about that would reduce time to fill. So time to fill, you measure it from when you know the vacancy is going to happen until it's actually filled. And they were able to, just in our conversations, figure out some things that they thought would cut that down.
Shabna, did you have a question?
No,
Okay.
I thought Corey did a great job explaining that, but just the fact that the board is not involved, you've already achieved it. Like,
All right, go ahead, Corey. We can move forward.
All right, I'm going to keep going. And this is how we're going to get there, right? And so again, I'm not going to go over this, but this is some of the plans, the programs, the strategies that the staff is going to use to go through and to make all of these great things happen. So what happens next? Any edits other than what we've already talked about should be forwarded to me. We can do a couple more revisions of the final report at no additional charge to you. And then I will be coming back to work with staff to finalize the work plan. What's the work plan for each of these initiatives? We're basically going to come up with a project plan to make sure that we know, who's doing the work, who's accountable for being able to give quarterly reports on this. I'll come back and work with staff to make sure that those things are in place, because when you know who is supposed to do it, when it's supposed to be done by, that's when the work gets done. But it's something that without that plan in place, it can be easy sometimes for the urgent to kind of take over. So I'll come in and work with staff to finalize that work plan. And that's what I've got. Any other questions?
Corey, I had one.
Yeah.
Could you speak to, you've done a bunch of these.
Yes.
In terms of how Sherwood Hills compared and what your outreach was to the residents, what your outreach was to stakeholders, could you just kind of, outline again that process for everyone?
Sure.
And maybe some numbers on what kind of participation we had in terms of the surveys and.
Sure. I'm going to go ahead and look at you guys just because I like that better. I like not just looking at my presentation. You guys had really nice survey responses, and I need to go back and look. So as you might recall, we did a survey and we did focus groups. Yeah, you guys had 277 responses, and 95% of those indicated that they were residents. Given the size of Sherwood Hills, I was very happy with that response rate. So you guys have only got 2,200 residents. So response rates with 277 responses was more than 10%. The focus groups, I believe we did 6 focus groups, and several of those focus groups, at least I think I'm trying to look real quick. The focus groups included businesses, residents, nonprofits, and employees. So we did a variety of focus groups as well. I did submit a report on the focus groups, and that gave a little bit more detail, as did the report that I submitted to you when I did the stakeholder engagement presentation back a few months ago. I was pleased though with the engagement that I got. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know when I say that Sherwood Hills is a very engaged community. So there was a lot of interest in the strategic plan. The focus groups were very engaged. There was a lot of really good conversation. And we had, if you recall, the free text portion of the surveys, we had a lot of free text responses, which is exactly what I would expect from Sherwood Hills. Lots of people who were really interested in sharing their ideas. So that was very much what I would expect. So I felt good about the engagement that you got with the strategic plan. For a small community, there was a lot of really good engagement.
Thanks, Corey, for that. Other thoughts, Shabna?
I'm just going to share a comment. That's a good comment from somebody who's watching online. And they say, what qualifies as a policy that's being updated? What if the policy is reviewed and not updated because the decision is that it shouldn't be updated? So staff should get credit for that. Can that be counted as a policy as well?
I would say that if staff goes to the trouble of reviewing it, first of all, if nothing else, they're going to sign off on it, that it was reviewed and, reviewed as of whatever the date is. So even that is kind of an update, I would argue, right? So I would say that, yes, I would argue that that's an update, just the process of reviewing it and deciding it doesn't need any updates. However, I will say my understanding of the policies is that in general, they've been around for a while. And I would be surprised if there aren't at least a couple of tweaks to the majority of them.
Mark? Yeah, couple of process questions. First, just as a matter of process, are you open to individual trustees, residents, whatever, sending comments directly to you? I don't want to take up all this time tonight with all my wordsmithing of this document. So can I just send that to you and then you can either incorporate it or at least raise it at a future board issue? So that's one. And the second issue is, along with what we heard in public comment tonight, even though there has been a degree of resident involvement in this process, I think it would make sense that once the board agrees that this is a sort of final draft, that draft gets circulated to the residents. And then it's on the agenda, so that I think part of the problem here is that this is like sausage making. People aren't really excited in getting involved in the sausage making, but they do care about the quote unquote final process. And so I just want to make sure that when we finally get to the point where the board is satisfied, that we go one more gut check with the public, give them that final opportunity to say what they will before the board actually formally approves it.
Mark, should we have a strategic plan town hall?
That would be one way to do it, but I would say that shouldn't be with this intermediate product. I'd like to see it closer to final.
Right.
So that when we have that town hall, after that town hall, we can rapidly conclude the process as opposed to doing yet another round.
Corey, how do you feel about that? We kind of finished this up. And then we scheduled the town hall.
So there's a couple of things I want to respond to first, real quick. First of all, I would say that I'm happy to take any edits as long as they don't change the intentionality of what was said. I think that sometimes there can be a better word choice, and absolutely, please go ahead and forward that. I don't want to take away though the intentionality of the group, because the group spent a lot of time and a lot of energy really having thoughtful discussions. And so I want to make sure that we maintain the intentionality that was done by the entire group at the retreat. Hold on. Little robot vacuum is very loud outside my door. So I just want to make sure that we are keeping with the intentionality that was expressed at the retreat. But certainly I am not going to hit on the right word every time. So absolutely, I would say with that. As far as the town hall meeting, the only thing that I would say is that as you're going through and doing it, I think it would be helpful just to have some understanding about what you're looking for in terms of goals of that town hall meeting and the input.
Shabna.
Is it fair for me to conclude or assume that this is the will of the board, but for implementation by staff, that is how it's documented?
Yes. So when we look at this, we did give opportunities for community to give input. There were focus groups with multiple different perspectives from among the community. There was also the survey. So we really did make an effort to get input from a variety of different voices in the community. Then going ahead and working with the board, and the board is here to represent the community in terms of making policy and then working with staff. it is really difficult to get things done, kind of the larger group that you have, right? So that's part of the reason why this is a little bit of a streamlined process, is because the larger the group that we have, sometimes it's just harder to get things done. But the work of the board and staff at the retreat was very much informed by the community and the information that we got in those focus groups and in those community that community survey and in the community survey. And I think too, the board, I think, has a lot of, I think that you guys hear from the community a lot, and I think that the community feels very free to come in and express their opinions. It's unusual for me to come to a board meeting and to hear several people coming in to make comments at the beginning of meetings. That's not common. Most board meetings that I attend, and I attend a lot of board meetings, people don't necessarily come to express their opinion. And so that's a good thing, and that you have a very engaged community. But I think, so I would say that is, we've had a lot of engagement. We heard from a lot of different things, but at some point we kind of need to really narrowly focus our attention. And that's what we try to do with the strategic plan. What things can we get done?
Other questions? John, now one more.
Well, I think if residents have feedback, and I suggest they send it to a trustee or Brian, and not that everybody forwards directly to Corey. And then do we have any other next steps? Is there a deadline that you would like any wordsmithing for you to receive it by?
Yeah, I would say that probably, within the next, and I would leave this to, the president and to Brian, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, any sort of adjustments that need to be made. Again, just wanting to keep in mind though the intentionality, because this was very much, if you guys remember the process of this, we really did do a lot of work to make sure that everyone in the room, board and staff, had an opportunity to really understand the information, to really talk through strategic issues, and to really come to agreement on these things. So I just want to make sure that we're maintaining the intentionality of the group, because everyone worked very hard on that.
Good point. Okay. Corey, that's splendid. Thanks for hanging out. You can stay with us the rest of the night. We've got quite a few interesting agenda items.
I'm not going to lie, I'm going to come back and check out the YouTube later, because I'm very interested.
Yeah, okay.
You can fast forward through that.
That's right. Well, great to see you. Appreciate your good work on this. Look forward to providing you the right feedback and moving this project forward.
I look forward to it as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank
Corey.
you.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Item C2, discussion possible action, village street repairs, CIP project list. We have Tim Stevie. Tim, good to see you. Some Town and Country Engineering. In your packet was a very short spreadsheet. Very well done, very comprehensive spreadsheet of all the streets and the protocol. Rob, did you want to speak to this? Was this came out of yours?
Yeah, I can
right?
just give a little intro and then can use some words and answer any of your guys' questions. So, sometime last year, Brian Berquist, the village engineer, raised the idea of us completing a document like this, a capital improvement plan for public works. And the idea is to take every street segment in the village and assess the condition of the road, utilities underneath, and also, and I'll give full credit where it's due. I mean, this was 95% done by our village engineers and our public works department. So us doing the assessment of all this stuff. So most of that is fairly straightforward once the data has been collected. And then our committee reviewed that document. We looked at essentially the top 15 or so road segments, the ones that will be done in the next few years, and said, does anything stand out do we need to move anything up or down based on that? And as well, the committee members had an opportunity to provide input about potential pedestrian and bike improvements. So in the situation where we would be reconstructing a street, tearing it apart, redoing sewer, water, et cetera, what kind of pedestrian and bike infrastructure, or would we want to put pedestrian and bike infrastructure in a reconstructed street at that segment? And so this document is essentially ranking all those factors and giving the village a sort of a set of guidelines about what street segments do we need to focus in first as we continually are rebuilding and reconstructing these streets. And I think if you add all the projects up, there's something like $50 million here. So it's obviously not something that we're going to be doing in the next 5 or 10 years. I mean, this is just the state of where we are right now. We obviously don't have unlimited money, but this gives us an idea of what are the top priorities that we should be looking at for capital projects for public works. So, yeah.
Thanks, Rob. Tim, do you want to speak further to this?
Sure. Yeah, Rob gave a great introduction there. I don't honestly have a ton to add. I think I'd reiterate that this is a good summary of the information and data that we have at hand. We went through the Whistler data that we have, which is a street rating system that the Village Public Works participates in and is able to essentially provide a pavement rating to every single street segment within the entire village. Compiled that data with data, as Rob mentioned, from just needs scoring with regards to does the water main or sewer need to be replaced? Is there pet or bike needs, things of that nature? Came up with sort of a rough scoring system. And then these street segments are listed by priority order with regards to that rough scoring system. Beyond that, that is kind of where we ran out of data. So from that end, it is a big old list of streets. It's a list of streets with no particular year assigned to them or financials kind of applied to this list in that way. So yeah, I guess I would certainly take any questions anybody has.
Dimar.
Yeah, just Tim or Rob, if you can help me understand how to read this as a jumping off point or where you just finished your comments. I guess at first blush, I would say Tally Ho Lane needs to be repaired tomorrow. That is the biggest street with the most amount of money. But I'm only basing that on the fact that it's first on the list. It's got a project scoring of 4. I don't see anybody else that has a 4 on this. Is that how much
It should be ranked
in order?
with this total score. So they should be ranked from highest score to lowest.
Well, that's not accurate because I see a 3 here.
So was it the highest number means the most severe need of repair?
Not necessarily. So
Right.
The Whistler score
Yep.
would be the highest in terms of where that would go. Project score, well, on the far right hand there, that score relates specifically to how both the street improvements need to be done and all the rest of the other utility improvements there as well.
So the Whistler score, I guess Whistler year in this column, that helps identify the
That's
higher the
all.
number,
Yep.
the worse the acuity.
The worse, the lower the priority. So that would be the year in which Whistler, the pavement rating system would recommend actually doing something to a particular street. So one thing you with the Whistler software is once the village staff has rated all those roads, you have those all inputted into the system, and you can use their software to kick out, all right, well, what year would Whistler, the software rating package, recommend that you actually go ahead and do pavement repairs on that street? So we take that into account. It's described more in detail, I believe, up on the top there.
Right.
It does not do, yes, first course, but takes into account the other things. So
And I don't want to suck up all the time here with all these questions, but I still don't understand it. Does the Whistler score only speak to the pavement status and not necessarily the underlying utility
100%.
status?
Yes.
So how do we gauge what the utility, acuity of replacement of the utilities underneath are?
Yep.
How does that come out in this?
Under the project point scoring system, those items up at the top.
Yep.
Those are somewhat briefly described there. So if we are in an area where there's known sewer issues, where they're seeing failures or defects in the sewer televising of some nature, or otherwise need sewer replacement needs, that's just a 1 or a 0. So it's just a binary choice there. Again, water main replacement needs, that's generally identified as any water main greater than 50 years old, or water main size of 6 inches or less. Those are both on their face, sort of defective water main qualities. And same with sort of storm sewer. That's less age-based. Again, that'd be more, all right, well, we know we have corrugated metal pipe storm sewer over here that's corroding and failing and an identified need.
I'll let somebody else ask some questions. And try to listen in.
Mark?
Yeah, so first of all, let me say this is great, and I think it's going to be invaluable to us because of the daunting cost here, $40–50 million. And this is expressed right in present dollars, I'm assuming, right?
Yep.
So if we're talking about projects 5 years from now, it's going to be more expensive, perhaps considerably more expensive. Do you have any data that tracks historically CPI against construction costs, the kinds of costs that would underlie these kinds of projects, so that we can get a sense of, what is the cost of waiting 2 or 3 years? Well, we can borrow the money today that has an interest cost associated with that borrowing that money. But against that, we have an inflationary cost by waiting those 3 years, and we can start to sort of trade off these variables and trying to find the right combination, how much to do in a given year. So I think it would be very helpful if you've got anything that would give us a sense of how does CPI or similar sorts of broad brush inflation run against construction costs that underlie these kinds of projects. Second question, are there economies of bunching these streets together? In other words, each of these streets, you've priced it out as if that was the only project. We're doing this street today, the next street next year, whatever. And that's the cost associated with that. But if I said, I'm going to do these 3 streets this year, and they're all contiguous, do I get a break? Is there a discount, and is it significant enough that we should be thinking about clustering these projects? So right now they're listed in terms of, the severity of the deterioration in that particular street. But maybe what we ought to say is we ought to move this street up because it's right next to the other street and we'll save X dollars. So that's that notion. And then my third question was, is there a missing footnote in the data that I'm looking at, in the sense that the project scoring for street, sewer, water, storm, you have footnotes indicated 10, 11, 12, 13. I didn't see those in the printout. Are those footnotes? And if they are, can I see what they say?
Yeah, I think they're missing.
I don't need that now, but it's just.
Yeah, they must have gotten cut off in that project scoring system,
Yeah.
because they really should be tied back to that point over there. So your CPI kind of tie back, that data does exist. The Wisconsin Department of Transportation keeps a pretty tight eye on that. Generally, construction costs do outpace the market, so they do outpace inflation. If you have a 3% year, maybe construction would have a 5% year. But it does depend a bit. I would say during the municipal market that Sherwood Hills projects would be in might be vastly different than like the commercial building, right? So they're not apples to apples necessarily, and even the municipal market that Sherwood Hills is in might trend differently than what WSDOT's targets are. There's a couple of good benchmarks that we could certainly give you.
I think it'd be helpful because that's just, an issue we're always going to run up against, our sort of debt constraints. And we have to ask ourselves, is it worth stretching and borrowing more? Because even though this isn't a great time to borrow money, That will be more, perhaps more than offset by getting that construction done now rather than paying, 5% a year each year by delaying the project and having to bear the additional costs. So
In terms of packaging projects, I think you would see some cost of scale there. A lot of the pricing that we get is kind of unit pricing and commodity pricing. We wouldn't see, and I would say I don't see a huge dip when projects get larger there necessarily in your dollars per ton of asphalt or dollars per square foot of sidewalk.
Yeah.
That remains relatively consistent, but you might get a percent or two, nothing I would expect major. Where you would get some cost benefits there, and we typically recommend, no matter what, packaging those streets together is not having to redo things. So, if you tie water main in at the end of a street in 1 year, and you come back and you gotta go reconnect to that the next year, and you're just taking off where you left off. Or maybe you have additional pavement costs, additional excavation costs, pipe that was in the ground only 1 year, that then gets taken out and cost or reused somewhere on some other job or something like that. So that can be a bit of a double dipping there on those projects. And just for the neighborhood pain in general, it is kind of nice to have things that are clustered in that way. So yes, we do see a lot of that, as it sits right now. I guess the other point I had on that one was, the segments are essentially from that Whistler system. So your Termini, your Tally Ho to Shorewood Boulevard, that one's obviously it could be chunked up into different segments, or maybe it's best to do it all as one. That kind of granular level of what intersection, what groupings is very customizable.
thank you.
Shabna,
Can you explain what street is? Why some of, like 4 or 5 of them have a number 1 for street?
Yeah, so for streets specifically, that's going to be things where the street ranked pretty high in terms of like how bad it was, the actual pavement condition there, and where needs there might be higher than the other streets from that Whistler radius.
I guess I think, because I live on Cornell Court, it would surprise me that it would get a 1, but Lake Mendota would not. So it just appears a little bit objective, arbitrary.
I know that it is tied, I believe that is tied back to an actual, I feel like I'm missing a note here as well, because that is not tied back to that number 10, but the way that we've built these in the past, those are tied back to the Whistler score specifically. So it's like if the Whistler score pavement rating is, below a certain number, then that would get a point. But if it's above a certain number, then not get a point.
And the Whistler point being lower means it's more
Worse.
critical, worse?
It's worse. It could be very close. It's just, it just flipped from a 0 to a 1.
other questions, comments for Tim? Rob,
Just
go ahead,
one
Mark.
more about pedestrian and bike items. When you were doing that, you were considering things like sidewalks. Would that be a pedestrian item? I mean, if you take, for instance, Etchell Drive, right? It has no sidewalks now. So if you figure in sidewalks, that's obviously gonna change the cost. But how did that work in this process? Did you assume sidewalks? Did you not assume them? Did you assume them on some streets and not others in terms of trying to figure out what that number is?
Well, the instructions to the committee, given by Brian, was basically, if you envision a street needing additional pedestrian or bike infrastructure besides what's already there, then you give it a 1, essentially.
Okay.
And then Brian took all those scores from various committee members and put those together, or I don't know if you were involved. It was obviously some kind of handoff at some point, but
And almost
So-
every street, sorry to interrupt, Rob, has a 1.
yeah.
Right.
And So there wasn't specific instructions like this means a sidewalk or a bike lane or something like that. It's just, it was very open-ended. And I think the idea is that when it comes time to reconstruct a street segment, we want to evaluate what's the context of that street segment and what else is around it and what exactly do we need. You know, something like Tally Ho, we have that lane stripe, right? It's about the bare minimum that you can do to give kids a safe.
Mitchell has one too. It's a little bit wider.
And so, you know, when it comes time to do Tally Ho, which is probably very, very soon, we will do that. Do we want to think about maybe taking that into an off, you know, above grade sidewalk instead of just a white line on the pavement? So that's kind of the question that we'll have to answer. And I think maybe you can speak to some of the valuations for that. I remember Brian had some sort of how we calculated the valuations.
In terms of having bike costing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe that we built some assumptions into cost there for all of the streets, that there would be some ped and bike needs, and that is shown in a specific column there under ped and bike items. So I think that we ended up not specifically saying, you know, is it going to be sidewalk? Is it going to be whatever sort of improvement? But assumed a plus per lineal foot of street there, that would be typical maybe of sidewalk or something like that.
Emer.
That, and not related to this, but more so about the conversation that have happened at the committee level in terms of that very topic. I guess I was of the understanding impression that we as a body adopted the complete streets. Wouldn't it be the prerogative with any major street improvement to implement that policy? Or that, I mean, maybe it isn't policy, it is a policy.
I think it is.
That it needs to be looked at, or is that the way that the committee has talked about it today?
As far as, does every street need a sidewalk? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Or the accommodation of separating between vehicular traffic and pedestrian and bike traffic.
I mean, I'm sure there's probably some diversity of opinion in the committee members about how they're thinking about that. I mean, I certainly, when I did my scores, I was thinking, you know, where would I like, I didn't give a 1 to every single street segment myself personally. And certainly some of the street segments already do have some infrastructure as well. But I was thinking, you know, along, okay, what are the routes that children are going to be taking to school? What are the routes that people are going to be biking through the village to get to the various locations, parks and things like that? So I was thinking strategically like that, building networks. I don't know how other committee members were thinking when they assigned scores for pedestrian and bike infrastructure, but as you can see, most of the segments did get, you know, at least one committee member felt that there should be some improvement there. So in that sense, it does align with closely with the Complete Streets resolution. So,
okay, thank you.
I'm mindful of the time. There's a lot on the agenda yet, but Shabnam, go ahead.
Well, what's the action? Where do we go from here?
Well, yeah, that's a good question.
Well, let me just point out, John, that we budgeted $2 million in the capital investment plan for streets in 2026 and another $2.5 million in 2029. That's it for streets listed here at $42 million in today's dollars, not even future dollars. So we're going to have some tough decisions to make. And I think this is going to be very helpful in that process to figure out of all these streets, which ones are we going to spend that $2 million, if in fact that stays the number? And are we content to go another 3 years with no further reconstruction until 2029 and spend $2.5 million for streets that have now increased 15, 20, 30% in terms of construction costs between 25 and 29. So there's a real, in addition to prioritizing streets, then the issue will come down to, okay, what's our budget, how much gets done? And do streets get moved around for the reasons that I said before about economies of scale in terms of how you position
Yeah.
the streets that are being reconstructed?
I don't want to jinx things.
But that's
no,
not
that's
tonight,
helpful.
I just,
No, I
that's
appreciate
what's
that.
coming.
I was just gonna say, I don't want to jinx things, but have we had any water main failures this winter yet?
None that Terry has made me aware of, so I can't speak for him.
Okay.
And say that he had. Sorry.
But it wouldn't take too much in that, because my understanding is a lot of them occur in the spring, when you come out of winter
Right.
and you're in the thaw, that's
We're in
a
we're in a really
vulnerable
hard,
time.
hard freeze right now, so
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah. All right, thanks, this was helpful, and if we could get the footnotes as well, just as an updated thing, I think that'd be helpful, just for reference going
Yeah,
forward.
I did note, just to tie that back there, the street, scoring is noted on the first portion of the project scoring system. That Whistler, kind of where it tips into a 1 or a 0 essentially.
Yep.
Is listed in that first portion there, but yeah, we'll get the notes corrected, so it's.
Okay, that would be great. Rob,
So,
what's the action?
so we do have an action item, and I can make that motion if you
Okay,
like, so.
Yep.
I would move that we accept the village street repairs project list for determination of upcoming capital improvement plan projects.
okay, is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? Dietmar?
Would it be okay, maybe this doesn't have to be a formal amendment to your motion, but to capture Tim a more not accurate picture, but all the other information that isn't on here that we talked about tonight? So an updated print essentially. The keynotes that we're missing kind of stuff. And it doesn't have to be,
Is that friendly to the motion? I think it is. Yeah. Okay, and for discussion?
So just to clarify what the motion means, does it mean that we're accepting the order of the streets that have been listed and we're gonna hit the streets in that order?
My understanding is it's just a tool to help the village, the administrator and the board try to prioritize these projects for the future. It doesn't mean that we're doing these projects in exactly this order.
I think as Mark pointed out, we have a lot to discuss to determine the order, the priority, the dollar amounts, and that will dictate. We can pinpoint which projects during the next CIP approval.
Sequencing opportunities. Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second, ready to vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. That motion carries. Thanks, Tim. You're welcome to hang out as well. I don't know if you're getting involved with the CSM. Yeah, that would be great. All right, item C3. Discussion of possible action resolution R-2025-02 certified survey map 2816 Columbia Road. Craig provided some thoughts on that. Brian, do you want to tee it up? I know it's covered in your memo as well.
Yeah, I'll give a real quick summary of where we're at with this one. A few weeks back, I was approached by resident Brian Reber about a potential project related to our potential CSM related to a purchase of property within the village located at the 2816 Columbia Road address. Mr. Reber met with me and staff. We talked through the proposal. Looking at his original CSM, we made a few requests for modification just to ensure that it met every criteria related to the village zoning ordinance. Mr. Reber met with his team and complied, brought back a secondary version, which upon review by myself as zoning administrator, and concurrence from village engineering, our village planner, and a final review by the village attorney was agreed, was approvable in its current form. That CSM was presented at the January Village Plan Commission meeting where it was formally recommended for approval this evening. Again, Mr. Weinhold did point out, and it is noted that there are some concerns related to the language within our ordinance involving the setbacks and how they either supersede or the bulk density component, buildable depth component within the bulk density regulation supersedes the setback requirements. The ordinance currently reads a 40-foot buildable depth requirement takes precedent over the required setback within the zoning district. As noted by Mr. Weinhold earlier, these are smaller lots, so the potential does exist with a project if proposed in a hypothetical form. A house does come forward or development project comes forward, that one of those projects, provided it meets that 40-foot buildable depth, might encroach within the setback requirement and language from that zoning district. So this is a situation where, again, these are hypotheticals we're speaking in. There's no guarantees it'll occur. The CSM currently meets the specifications in our zoning code for approval. A strict interpretation of that is what I use to look at and bring forward, saying that this was approvable in its current form to the Plan Commission, which is why we are here this evening.
And the village attorney weighed in.
Correct, and he concurred with my assessment that it's approvable in its current form.
Dietmar?
Yeah, I'd like to get this motion on the table, and then if there is a second, I would like to offer an explanation. I'll make a motion to approve resolution R 2025-02-02 certified survey map for division of parcels at 2816 Columbia Road.
Bob? I'll second. Thank you. Dietmar?
And I guess my comments on this, while I understand Craig's comments, and certainly the comments that you list of why on earth would someone present to CSM with lots 1, 2, and 3, whereby lot 4, for example, is a relatively small lot, of I think 6,000 square feet or something like that. What on earth could they do with it? As my position is, that's not for me to speculate as a board member, and as long as it meets the zoning law and code and it checks out legally, anyone owning their property is entitled to do with it what they want within the framework of the legal context. So for that reason, I could not and would not ever hold up the proposed CSM as it is in front of us. So.
That being said, when it gets to the zoning board of approval, the zoning board, a decision is going to have to be made whether or not there's a hardship for this, whoever is looking to develop it. I think it's safe to assume that they're not dividing these lots just to support the surveying community, but that they want to sell these lots and see them develop. So it seems to me that, and you know, we can't stop this because everything's legal, but I think that obviously you folks in the zoning board need to anticipate what might happen here. And because I think it's going to come down to a decision, not a hard and fast regulation in the zone board or in the zone ordinances.
If I may,
Yeah.
at least share my thoughts on just your comments. I think what I would underline is if it comes in front of this CPA, there's no guarantee. And I'm a firm believer of, and this is just me personally speaking, that as I stated, if I own a piece of property within the framework of what I'm allowed to do with it, that needs to be supported. So if this, legally speaking, works, who am I to pass any opportunities that the property owner wishes to do with their parcel?
No, fair enough. I get it.
All right, we have a motion and a second for discussion, Mark.
Yeah, so just to sort of summarize where we are, so there is some ambiguity in the language. It's not perfectly clear. We all recognize that. So there perhaps is some discretion based on how you interpret the language. Greg interprets it perhaps one way, village attorney might interpret it slightly differently. So where we stand right now is the village attorney is basically saying, we don't really have a strong basis to reject this certification. That based on his interpretation of the language, we can all interpret it differently. He's saying you really have an obligation to go ahead and approve this certification. Then the question is, what if the board does that? What follows thereafter, right? Because as Bob suggested, that these lots are likely to be sold and redeveloped. And the question will immediately arise, well, this lot is only so big, and if the setback is 25 feet, it's no longer a buildable lot. It's less than 40 feet. And so what happens? And I guess what I'm hearing is from some people is that's tomorrow's problem. That's not today's problem. Although it maybe suggests that we need to move sooner rather than later to remove the ambiguity in the language so this problem does not arise again. Right? So I guess my question is sort of where is that where you're at in terms of, yeah, we will move forward, we will look at that ordinance and we will remove the ambiguity from it so that we will not encounter this again. So it's kind of a one-off, hopefully, in that respect.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I would recommend that as the course of action that we take. Again, this is the realm of speaking in hypotheticals that I don't know that someone won't buy that and say, I want to leave it empty lots, if it ever came up for sale, or they do a CSM to redo to one lot or two lot, I don't know what. So as of right now, my job is to interpret our zoning code, look at the proposal. Does it meet the minimum requirements? It does. I have an obligation to move this forward and say it currently meets what we're asking.
Is there any institutional knowledge of why there's this 40-foot exception? Or that's just lost in history?
I don't think anybody knew the answer to.
I'm gonna guess garden homes for having smaller lots there.
I don't know.
I figured it was to disallow manufactured housing. That was my guess.
Or trailers or.
It could be.
All right, we have a motion by Dietmar, a second by Bob. Ready to move forward on this? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries. Thanks for that, Brian. Discussion, item 4, discussion possible action, prepayment of the state trust fund loan dated August 27th, 2024. Do you want to speak to that, or does Julie, or what's best?
I can speak to this one as
Okay,
well.
great.
So last fall, we as a board approved the village plan to move forward with the state trust fund loan under the assumption that that would be prepaid and cleared off the village debt come early here 2025. And speaking with our village financial team at they did recommend that we go forward with a formal motion to do so for the record, which will take care of the payment, and we get that done timely by doing it this month for a March closeout of that loan.
We also have a recommended motion under that item. Any questions for Brian? Anyone want to make that motion? Dietmar.
Yeah, I'll get this motion on the table.
Thank you.
For any further conversation. I'll make a motion to approve the prepayment of the 2026 through 2034 scheduled principal payments totaling $315,164 of the state trust fund loan dated 8/27/2024, with funds available in the village's debt service fund.
Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Carol. Further discussion? Mark?
Yeah, so, I guess you said, Brian, to leave it uncertain, ambiguity with regard to the timing. So the board is authorizing the prepayment, but it's open-ended as far as timing is concerned. And just so the board understands, I think the rationale behind that is that we plan to bundle this with a public issuance of debt. I don't know what the number, my recollection was we had like $1 million or $1 million plus, right? In borrowing that we were planning to do in 2025. And this will be just tagged into that. So it won't be coming, the 350,000 plus interest won't be coming out of the general fund as much as it's coming out of the refinancing, or actually the new issue of public debt. So that's kind of where we're on this thing. And Brian mentioned to me, and I think the board should be aware, that he's gone back to the staff to talk about getting an update as to what their capital expenditures are going to be this year. Remember that we did the 5-year plan. Each department, budgeted what they thought they would spend in capital expenditures. That it got incorporated in the budget itself. But now we're getting closer to the time where we're actually going to market. So we need to fine tune those estimates. If there was a need for additional funds, if we thought we were going to run short someplace, this would be the time to register that so that we could roll that into the borrowing as well.
Ready to vote on this one? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries. Thanks again, Brian. Item C5, discussion possible action, chapter 21 noise regulations updates. Bob, did you want to speak to this? I know Brian's got a mention here. We also have a recommended motion.
Yes, so over the past many months, number of noise issues have arisen in the village. And so DHS took a look at chapter 21 and in looking at the chapter, it seemed like it was really overly complicated. You have sections that read, LEQ, equivalent continuous sound level, is defined by ANSI, which is the American National Standards Institute, means the sound level corresponding to a steady state sound level containing the same total energy and the actual time varying sound level over a 1 hour period. This seemed a little overly complicated for what we're trying to do, which is basically keep noise at a reasonable level. And so gone through here and tried to simplify it. At the same time, incorporated, there was a complaint about heavy equipment running on the weekends. And so we incorporated that into this as well. So really the only additions were the couple of paragraphs at the end. One, making sure that residents were still able to, making it clear that they could mow their lawns and that would apply. And then the heavy equipment aspect of it. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions about this.
You want to put a motion on there, or we can go to?
Yeah, so the motion would be to send the revisions of this noise ordinance to the village attorney for review.
Is there a second to that motion? Shabnam. Okay, questions, comments, Rob, then Dietmar.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for taking on this project. This is really great. I wasn't able to make the last PHS meeting, so I didn't see the final wording on this document until I got the packet last week. But there was one, I would make a suggested change to one of the sections, so that would be section 21.07, the second paragraph. The purpose of that paragraph is to provide an exception for people to basically mow their lawns or use snow blowers, because any of those gas powered machines are going to exceed the limit no matter what. So we have to have some kind of an exception for people to be able to.
Don't we have that? I thought that's there. You're asking for it, but.
Yes, and so my question with that is that the wording says engine powered equipment used by residents may be operated, and the problem is, I foresee is it's specifically only allowing residents to operate the machinery. And I know a lot of people, they contract out to, and so I would recommend that we revise that to something like used for residential purposes.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah,
Could you just take out used by residents? Would that work? Engine powered equipment may be operated?
Well, yeah, the reality is that every day our crew is out there, they're violating our noise ordinance, right? So, this.
Providing a valuable service.
Well, of course, but the reality is that most everything's over 65 decibels. I'm probably speaking at 65 decibels, right? So, but this gives us an opportunity when someone is being significantly bothered by someone, that they can now take their iPhone out with a decibel meter on it, which, by the way, I did some research on that, and there have been studies that indicate that the iPhone decibel meters are probably within a decibel of the ANSI laboratory equipment. So that's yet another reason we don't need all that in there. So they're accurate enough, I think, for our purposes, where somebody may issue a complaint to someone that's persistently loud, and then they can go out and measure this.
So we have a motion, we have a second. I don't like to legislate on the fly if we can, but I think what's being proposed here is doable. So can we?
There's a couple
Agree to
little
that?
edits that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
So,
Mark? Just process questions.
Yeah.
So talk about taking this to village attorney. Why? I mean, this is a change to an ordinance, right? So it's got to go through 3 readings. So are we talking as a matter of process, taking it to a village attorney? And I'm not sure why, because I'm not sure a village attorney is any more expert than Bob or the people that looked at this already. But, so that's a question. Is that where it should go? Or should it just go as a first reading, second reading, third reading, and so on? So if you could just talk about the process.
Sure. So when we discussed this, as a staff team, we were of the opinion, since it's such a substantial revision of the village code, that it would be in the village's best interest to have a second set of eyes with a legal standpoint in mind, review, just to ensure that nothing that we're proposing is actually inconsistent from a legal standpoint. Do we have the abilities to hold a business and tell them they do not have the right to work within a certain time frame? Things that are outside of our scope of knowledge that might keep us from some kind of liability if someone did contest the fact that I'm telling them they're not able to do work at a particular hour. If it were only minimal changes, I think it would be something I would be comfortable with running through, but just given the fact it's the entire section, I just felt it was probably worth the time and second review.
Thanks, Brian. Dietmar, did I skip you?
It's okay. It's
Yeah.
not sweat. Bob, I believe you're the chair of the PHS. When the committee talked about the specific paragraph that's in red, heavy equipment shall not be operated on Saturdays, so on and so forth. Was there any conversation about that there are different areas in the village where that may or may not be more appropriate? Here's where I'm going with this. By the simple fact of the statement, you're precluding, or this ordinance would preclude any heavy equipment to operate on Saturdays or Sundays, but for prior approval. And there are certain commercial corridors that are still within the village's constraints that I could foresee a different standard applying. more so than that, why did this all of a sudden change from an objective measure of noise to a functional measure of what the operations are? Meaning that you're no longer concerned about the noise, but projecting what a piece of equipment can make in noise, not knowing what that piece of equipment of noise is actually making. This is my long-winded way of saying is I have a hard time subscribing and following the way it is written now of perhaps what would be the intent of the paragraph in red.
What paragraph in red? All of the paragraph in red?
All of it.
Well, we can certainly leave it as it is. This is just a suggestion.
No, and this is, I'm just telling you, that's my opinion. I would not be able to support the way it is written right now, the entire paragraph in red, under 21.07.
2107, okay, that's what you're speaking of.
Sorry, I should have been more.
I thought you meant the whole document. So you're talking about the first paragraph in, or the second paragraph?
I apologize. I'll be more clear. Section 21.07,
Yep.
additional prohibitions. First paragraph is in black, second paragraph is in blue, third paragraph is in red. Heavy equipment, so on and so forth.
The paragraph in red.
Yeah.
Is what you have.
And for the reasons that I just try to explain, I think it's, I understand perhaps where the desire comes from, but I think it's not in line with the objective measure of noise. And there are different areas in the village where that is perhaps the intent is more appropriate, but in other areas it's not.
Okay.
So
Shabnam had a follow-up.
Well, I just wanted to clarify because I didn't understand. So in certain areas of the village.
Like University Avenue, is that what we're talking
Sure.
about? The corridor on
take
University
any
Avenue?
other commercial property, take the hospital, for example, take any of the campus setting, still touching. That's still, there are portions that are within village confines. If this passes, technically, a road crew that is hired by the city of Madison doing work within village limits couldn't operate a air-powered compressor or a heavy equipment, however heavy equipment is identified here. Dump trucks, graders, power hammers, excavators, etc. So I
But
think it's
not-
too arbitrary.
But it's not that they can't operate, it's that you can't operate on a Saturday or a Sunday or a holiday.
Yeah.
And you could if you just got prior authorization.
Yeah, I struggle with that. I think you should be able to do that on a Saturday. And there are certain construction projects that do that, and the city of Madison allows it on Saturday and Sunday within their noise constraints and their noise curfew. And you're precluding, again, you're sort of passing judgment by the type of equipment, whether it operates quietly or doesn't, but it can't operate to begin with. So an excavator isn't an excavator. There are small excavators, there are big excavators, there are
Right.
electric excavators, there are diesel powered excavators. So that's the struggle.
Could this work if you put a decibel on it? Is that what's
Well, we
missing?
already have a decibel in this. I see your point. And this part of it was addressing a specific resident's concern. And along the way, we tried to tidy this up. If you'd like to separate those two, I'm very comfortable with that. I don't think if I see your point.
Yeah.
And,
Thank you.
but how about the rest of it? Do you think?
I never wanted to know that much about how to measure it.
Okay.
It was just a little beyond me. So I trust your good work in it.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, I have kind of felt the whole time that this could go either way, but based on this strong concern, we put it in there. So now's the time to decide, and we don't feel that this is appropriate to have it there, then
Again, my opinion only, I'm one member of this whole body, I would strike.
no, but I think you make a very strong point, so.
Right.
So do we have to amend the motion then?
Well, maybe I'd like to hear from what if other people agree with,
Shabnam?
Dietmar or not.
I think it could be revised to meet the goal and avoid the unnecessary limitations that it has. I think you can do both.
Rob?
Well, I don't think we
And Mark.
can strike the entire paragraph because then heavy equipment would essentially never be able to be used in the village. We have to have, I mean, you got to the point about, what's the standard? Why do we have to make all these exceptions for various types of equipment? And the reason is, well, we wanna be able to prohibit people from playing music super loud in their front yard. Okay, because that's a huge nuisance. But we also need the opportunities to use an excavator at times. And those are orders of magnitude louder than loud music from someone's yard. So we still need to have the opportunity for both. The city of Madison does specifically call out types of equipment like this in their noise ordinance. Not exactly the same wording, but they do talk about various groups of equipment like this. I am interested in the idea of having like a noise corridor or several noise corridors where maybe these rules would be less applicable. But on the other hand, I mean, this is essentially a tool for residents in the community to use to keep noise at a reasonable level. And I don't see anybody calling the village administrator and saying, hey, the excavator over at the hospital is too loud. But I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe, oh, go ahead, Julie.
I just want to point out that this seems, maybe it's just this section, I don't have the context of reading, it's been like a week since I glanced through what you provided. Just keep in mind that the entire village isn't residential. We have to be careful with what we're setting. It's similar to what Dietmar was talking about. I mean, we have small businesses that need to clear, so we can't just say residents or residential areas. You know, we have businesses that need to shovel, to snowplow. So I just caution using the word resident or residential only. For exceptions like that. It's like either everyone can or everyone can't. It also applies to the small businesses and things as well.
So I'll ask a stupid question. So do we have this is going just to the attorney, correct? For starters?
Well, that's what Brian is suggesting.
Yeah, because then it's gonna be an ordinance, and then we're gonna have an opportunity to really talk through the ordinance and have a first reading, a second reading, and a third reading. So do we have enough information to send this to the attorney with the caveats of this discussion? So that the ordinance can come back.
That's just what I was gonna say. Maybe this is not ready for prime time. Maybe I should take this back. And because I don't want to push it down the pipeline if it's not ready, and clearly it's not. I can accept it.
Sean,
I think that's right. I mean, we don't want to put it through the village attorney review multiple times. I mean,
Right.
it's just additional expense.
Right.
If we're gonna say, yeah, we need to carve out somehow these legitimate commercial uses that currently are otherwise permitted. I mean, the problem is the bar is set very low, right? In terms of you can't have sound over a certain level. And then it's a low bar and then say, here are the exceptions, right? And we just don't have an exception for this heavy equipment, legitimate, healthy equipment use. And we need that. I think, I don't know how it reads, but I think we need it.
So, Shabnam, I'll give you a quick one, yep.
Okay, so I actually think it can go to an attorney rather quickly. Maybe putting the verbiage aside, can we answer the question of, do we agree that we want to prevent noise on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays? We can always refine it differently, but do we agree with the concept that Bob and the committee is proposing? Let's start there.
I'll jump out. I think there's consensus on that. But what I'm hearing from the chair is I want to take it back and maybe have one more meeting and facilitate some of this dialogue. Then we'll, another month's not gonna kill us, I don't think. It's not noise season right now, hopefully. And,
I don't think there's anything here that's an emergency.
so I think we have
The
consensus on
basement's
that,
not
Shabna.
flooding with
Do
this.
you have consensus on that? Can everybody speak? Do we all agree we want to limit noise?
I mean, it sounds like you want to have a division of commercial and
Yeah.
residential, where maybe the rules would be different for both, and maybe that needs to be an aspect of the.
Yeah, and the committee's gonna work on that.
Is that what you're saying, Dietmar?
I guess I'll offer my response to that. Brian has been patiently holding his hand up. I feel like, okay. I'm not an expert at noise ordinances. I think you and your committee has spent more time looking at this than that I'll ever want to. But I think it's important that there are hours where work needs to happen that could result in noise. And there are quiet hours that we want within our village. And that's certainly clear in your quiet hours and normal hours operational table, Monday through Sunday, starting times, stopping times, etc. Outside of that, I guess I'd be curious to understand how the City of Madison noise ordinance is written and how it differs here.
Much more.
We are a
complicated.
construction business.
Yeah,
We have to conform, if we do work in the City of Madison, to their noise ordinance. And in layman's terms, that means we don't start equipment that generates noise or heavy noise, loud noise before 7 a.m. and we have to be done after 7 p.m. But it does allow us to do work on Saturdays and even within certain limits of Sundays, recognizing that there are quiet hours. But within the normal operation hours, I don't want to say anything goes and everything goes. But you should be able to conduct your business if you, and perhaps there are restrictions to residential areas versus commercial areas, et cetera. And these are all nuances that I'm not
Right.
super familiar with, but that's where I see the struggle to.
right. Well, I can tell you there are residents that feel strongly that, that weekends should be a little more sacred than, or are a little more sacred to them than weekdays, and that they understand that work needs to go on and loud noise sometimes, but does it have to be every day and persistent? So that's what we were reacting to. I'll take this
Carol,
back.
did you have your hand up? Oh, sorry.
The couple points that I just wanted to clarify, quick, if it's gonna go back. It looks like there's a form that needs to be created then to authorize the approval from my end for anybody who's choosing to work or looking to get approval to work outside of those core hours or Saturdays, Sundays. Is there any, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but just maybe ask the team, is there any reason why or parameters in which I would consider denying a request to come in to work on a Saturday if they're saying we need to do this work on Saturday?
Well, there
Am I
might
needing
be
to-
an event that they're unaware of, for example.
Okay.
They might want to come in and jackhammer concrete next to the Hayden House when we have a picnic planned or
Okay.
something. And so if they're just open to come whenever they want, and contractors work at their convenience often. I grew up in a family of contractors, I know this. And they like to have an open schedule if they can use it, and they don't always check, I think to have that language. I don't think it necessarily needs to be, I don't know if a form or not, signed and dated, maybe from a legal standpoint, but I think at least verbal approval that they contact you and let them know what they're gonna do.
Do we have any deadlines as to? I'm just thinking of implementing it on our end. Do we have any deadlines as to when they can, submit them? Can they, I mean, we close at noon on Fridays. What if somebody's, you know what, it rained today, we want to come on Saturday, nobody's at City Hall. Or, they ask the day before and we don't know what's going on. I mean, we have parameters for what can be approved, what can't be approved, and are there any deadlines? Because it's hard.
I think
for us
that
to
could be written in and that, they have to get approval, and if they don't get approval for whatever reason, that's probably not allowed, but.
So we're not gonna put the parameters in the ordinance, we'll kind of leave that up to the administrator.
Put Bob's cell phone in there, that would be good.
Either Bob or Brian, I'm sure both of them would be happy to be a call. Put it right in the ordinance.
Except during
We're
that.
gonna, we're gonna wrap this up.
I'll say for it.
We're gonna wrap this up. Shabnam.
Well, to Julie's point, you should put it in the ordinance, because it sounds like what Dietmar is saying is before he starts a project in the city of Madison, the first thing I gotta do is figure out what are the rules, what am I allowed to do, what am I not? And so for them to spend that time to go to our ordinance, it should say 4 days before, on a Saturday, Sunday, and then, or Brian could look to see, is there a resident I should notify? Is there an event going on? Enough ample time for you guys to respond.
So this has been a good discussion. It's not soup yet. And-
No, it's
and-
not.
Yeah, so
Well-
you've got some expertise at the table here and coordinate with Brian and then we'll look at it one more time, then we'll go to the attorney and then we'll go from there.
We have a motion though on the floor.
Yeah, do you want to, what's the process again? He can just remove it or?
Or we can vote and just have it not pass, or I think you can rescind the motion.
Let's rescind it.
I'll rescind the motion then.
And then it would have to, that need to be seconded as well? I don't have my.
I'll second it.
Shabnam was the second, I think. Yeah. She concurs.
Well, thank you for all the
But
input.
We still have to vote even to kill a motion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So either way, we're voting on this.
Okay, well, Julie, whatever you want to do.
Is it just, so the motion and second is to rescind motion and return topic to
EHS.
PHS committee? Is
Yeah.
that the motion?
Yep, that's the
Okay.
motion. Ready to vote on that motion? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That motion is approved. That work for you, Julie?
That works for me, thank you.
Awesome.
I didn't want a negative vote on my record.
No.
Don't you count all that
We
up?
could-
at the
we
end
could
of the year?
arrange-
My-
Wait, we could
my
arrange,
performance- My performance,
It's-
count?
Bob, it's probably too soon, but we could arrange for a presidential pardon.
Oh my God.
Oh, you should have had that done a week ago.
No, yeah. All right, so, okay, we are on, item 6, discussion possible action. Resolution R 2025-01, reducing election officials for February 18, 2025. I know we talked about this. Julie, do you want to speak to it real quick, or what would be best?
I can. Currently, the state statute says we need to have a minimum of 7 poll workers or election officials, it's the same term for us. At a time during the entire election, we can make a special resolution to go down to 5 because we use voting machines. What happens is for the upcoming, primary, we have 3 names on the ballot. We're not gonna have a huge turnout. And as the day gets longer, once we count all of our absentees, we really don't need a full staff on hand.
And that's
so
for the,
this-
oh, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
That's for
So
the
this-
state superintendent race, right?
Yes, state
Yeah.
superintendent, that's correct. So this just kind of gives us, by making it a resolution, which is required by the statute, it gives us the opportunity to let people go if we want. It sets a minimum, but it doesn't set the number. So chances are we're gonna always have more than 3, but if the crew gets, there's a flu bug going around and we're shorthanded, or there's a really bad storm, we can send everybody home but our bare staff if we need to. So that's what we're looking, and this would be,
Right.
I believe on the agenda, it was specified just for the February election. But the actual wording, if you read the resolution, would be for all future elections as well, because then it would just be a standing resolution for the village.
Mark,
I'll make the
thank
motion
you.
to approve resolution R 2025-01, resolution reducing the number of election officials required at the polling place for all future elections.
There's a second to that motion? I think I saw Bob first. Further discussion? Mark.
Julie, brief, hopefully short question for you to answer. In this resolution, is it the understanding that that would be the minimum required? And in the example that you gave, all of a sudden there's a big rush. 3 people can't keep up. Hey, election helper number 4 and 5, can you please come back? That is
Oh,
always an option.
definitely.
So, especially in the context of open, free, available, fair elections, we're not limiting ourselves from maxing up if need be.
And also keep in mind, we have village staff that is fully trained as well.
Mhm.
So as clerk and deputy clerk, we can step in and help without being considered an official poll worker. So, you always have an extra couple members available as well.
But you
Automatically.
didn't really answer my question right away.
I'm sorry.
You can flex up at will, right? This
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
preclude us from, you dismiss these folks. Here we go, that's all we got.
Basically, this is putting it at the clerk's discretion.
Okay, great.
We love our clerks. Shabnam.
Mention, Julie, that the statute's 7 individuals.
It says 7 and 5 if you have election machine. Is the current minimum.
The minimum is 5.
Yes, because we have election machine. But it's like, it starts with 7, it says 5 if you have election machine. And then you, by resolution, you can take it down to a minimum of.
And have we always been at 5 then?
Yeah, we've
Okay.
never really done less than 5, and honestly, most times we're not going to. But those are those situations that I mentioned, and we're anticipating that we have like a couple hundred absentees to send out, and we're not expecting a whole rush of people for this election. So once our absentees are counted, we really could do it. We have one person who is checking people in, another person handing out ballots, and another person at the ballot box. That's really all we need for a bear crew.
Really, thanks for that. We've got a motion on the table. Ready to vote on this? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries. Thanks again, Julie, for that. Item 7, this is 8.7, discussion of possible action committee assignments and term limits. There's a memo from trustee Shabnam Lutfi. Shabnam, do you want to speak to this?
I mean, I wrote a
Really good
very
memo.
short
Yep.
Memo. It's an issue that's kind of come up since I've been on the board. Previous trustees have brought up. We had a spreadsheet at one time showing, committee members who've been on committees since the 70s and 80s. Appreciate the service. It's wonderful. The problem is sometimes new people can't get on a committee because the seats, there's no vacancies. And so the goal was to try to balance both. Maybe there's a limit. You could stay on a committee for 6 years. You could change it to 8. If 6 is too short, you can make it 9 to be a little bit more towards the numbers. It would only go into effect if there's nobody waiting to be on that committee. But if you've got a list of people who've been waiting, it's fair to have a mechanism that would allow a fresh voice to contribute. And you can always supersede it at a time for, I think that was in there. If it was, well, I've got a project I'm working on and this person has special knowledge. We really tried to make it cover as many possibilities as in the interest of fairness.
Carol.
So just a point of clarification, it seems to me like this would all apply if there are people on the wait, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I recently checked in with David Sykes about how many people are on the wait list, because I'm hoping to fill out personnel, which is short person. And there was nobody looking to be on personnel. And I got the impression that there were about maybe 2 or 3 people waiting for to be put on any committee. So I kind of feel like this is a solution in search of a problem to the extent that we don't have a long list of people waiting to serve on committees. I mean, it would be nice to have more turnover, to have new blood. But if the new blood isn't out there ready, then this, I think, will create more difficulties than it will solve right now.
I have some comments on this too, but Shannon, go ahead.
Well, I think one of the issues is that there's probably no place that's actually keeping track of waitlist.
There is.
Yeah. The only thing I was gonna add is, 2 years ago, we put a system in place where everyone's on a three-year rotation. So everyone was kind of assigned. And I looked at it again today. We've got 25 people that are coming up that term out in 2025. We look at all the committees. So in that case, I'll be working with each committee chair to say, hey, you've got so-and-so, maybe you've got a vacancy. I don't think we have too many right now. We've got a few. But so-and-so's coming up, or someone else is going off. Are you here? Have you had a conversation with them? What are you recommending? So you work that internal part of it. So that's one. Two, this is the time you remind the village that there's an opportunity to serve on all these different committees, because we will also take that into account. And then I think there's a lot of good information here yet. I'm not ready to sign on to this completely, but I thought it was good for your analysis to, for us to have this discussion. But we know for a fact 25 people are coming up. We made a commitment 2 years ago that, okay, this is where your slot is. You're on here for 3 years. Even if you've been on here forever, you've got 2 years left, or you've got a year left, or maybe you've got the full 3 years. So I've got those lists of folks, and then I'll be having those conversations with every single committee chair to say, what do you want to do with your committee? At that point, I like the idea of providing an opportunity for trustees to express it. I mean, we've done that just by telephone call, but if you feel like that, you want that, why don't you explain what that is? So I don't misinterpret it. You talked about in March, you'd like. Did I read that right?
So the idea is that we, look at the list probably in January or February.
Mhm.
And then at the March board meeting, we could see who is up to continue on the committee, or to who's on the wait list.
Yeah.
And that information would be available to the board at the March meeting.
Yeah.
And then at the April meeting, it's just for the approval. Not that you would get the list of who's on what committee an hour before the meeting or the weekend up. It would be more of a transparent process as well.
So, I think it would be helpful for the February meeting for you guys to get the full list. Who's up? Who's coming up on 25? That sound like that's good for starters. And that I work with the staff on doing stuff in the village bulletin. Maybe even for the February village bulletin. And then pick up on this in March. Would that be? Or pick up on this in February at the next meeting? I mean, I'll bring that information, and then we could talk through some, we'll have a little bit more time to kind of talk through some of the nuances on this.
So at the February meeting, know the positions, who's up.
Yep.
And then at the March meeting, we could know the plan, if people are staying on or who's taking the spot. Do we not want to do that?
I'll defer to folks. A lot of it's going to be determined on who the next village president is as well. So you can express your interests, privately or publicly, I mean, that would. I just haven't, I haven't thought it all the way through yet, Shabna.
Yeah, and
Julie's got her hand up too.
I
Julie?
just want to
Then
point
Mark.
out that if you look on the website, it does show term limits for all the. So if you guys want to look ahead before, I mean, I understand.
Well, that's right,
before
it
the
does.
list that's consolidated, that's easier.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, if you're wondering on your own committees, who's up and who's not.
Yeah.
It shows everybody's term. So if you want to just check.
Thanks
your
for
own
that.
committees.
That's a good point. Mark and then Shabna.
Yeah, I think there's some good ideas here, but one of the things, as I read this, that I was really concerned about is we're still talking about governance, right? We're talking about, and to me, this is a little bit of putting the cart before the horse and may confuse residents. It's like, oh, you've changed how people get on committees and how people rotate. But does the committee even continue to exist? Is it an advisory committee? Who runs the committee? I mean, there's bigger issues, and I'm just concerned we start making changes to the way committees are run, and then people say, well, that's it, then we're done. And we're saying, no, this is just interim measures. It's gonna confuse people.
We're gonna have to be really clear with how we communicate this. Shabna?
so to Marilyn's point earlier in public comment, she said one thing we could do is change the ordinance so that the board decides on committees, not the president with the board's approval. The board decides on committees.
I thought you said that the chair appoints people to the committee and then the board has to approve it, which is essentially taking the president out of the loop and having the committee chairs do it. That was my understanding of what Marilyn said. But
I'm gonna go Rob and then Bob and then back to Shabna.
Yeah, Mark, I think you're right. That's how I interpreted what Marilyn was saying. So, right now we have the president officially nominates everybody, but in practice, it's usually a conversation between the chair and the president. We could have the chair officially be the nominator. We also have, coming out of this governance project, we have a proposal where we have these advisory committees where each trustee nominates one person for each advisory committee. So
Right.
we have, at this point, I don't know what our committee structure is going to be, and I don't know what's the best option for how to nominate committee members.
We've had residents too say that trustees shouldn't even be on the committees. The committee should be run by committees.
So,
So to Mark's point, there is a governance discussion here. I think there'll be a town hall on this. When we're ready to kind of present what I think is still a draft governance proposal, the public's gonna weigh in a meaningful way. Shabna? Or Bob and then Shabna.
Yeah, I think you've done a great job getting started here. I think we need to address this issue and make it more clear. And I agree with everything that's been said, that this probably should be incorporated in the governance discussion. One thing that just quickly that jumped out to me was the term limit, to say no member may serve more than 2 consecutive terms. I think you and I have talked about this before, and I think originally you had talked about having everyone reapply, and to me, that would maybe create a little more flexibility rather than having an absolute term limit. And then people feel like they're being kicked out. But people would have to reapply, and then we'd consider whether or not there's somebody else who wants to step in their seat. And if there isn't, well, maybe we let them keep
We're
going.
blessed with 100 residents that are volunteering for these committees.
Or if there's somebody that, is maybe not performing, and, we can make that decision too. So that's what I would recommend.
So would it be okay if we bring this back for February? I'll bring my spreadsheet back. We'll do a good job alerting the residents, making sure there's a link so that they can fill out the application if they're interested, so we don't do it last minute. And then let's make this one of the items we'll talk about. And maybe even get to the point of fleshing out a little bit more of the governance, so we could actually have a town hall on it. And go from there. Shabna?
I think that sounds like a nice first step instead of going too far too quick. Requiring committee members to have to fill out an application to start a new term. And for that information to be available. I think that's a very small step. That sounds like a compromise.
I think we've done that in the last round or two, because I know that on my committees, I asked the people who were intending to serve again to fill out the village interest form as part of the process. So.
Shabna? And then
Well, okay, so there are residents who have asked to join certain committees, and they've learned that certain individuals tried very hard to find anybody so that this one person could not actually join the committee. And you want to avoid that. You want to avoid that kind of stuff. We want to make sure that obviously this is coming because people have expressed that the membership process of committees is not transparent. I have received phone calls from individuals saying, don't put this person on your committee. They're too loud. And I was a first year, wasn't kind of fresh to this. I didn't know what I was doing or not. It's good that some committees are doing this. We could certainly make sure that all of us know who's up and that everybody is asking for the opportunity to be on another term.
Okay, we're not taking action on this, but we have a plan for February. Okay, we can move on. All right. Village Facilities Ad Hoc Committee. Enjoyed working with Shabnam, enjoyed working with Bob on this, and also with Brian. The memos in your packet. The report is on the website. Bob, Shabnam, is there anything you want to add to the memo? I'm hoping everyone had a chance to read it. And then we've got some next steps and the idea of putting an ad hoc committee together to delve into this further.
I think I'd just say that I think we've put this chapter, we're ending this chapter.
With FGMA.
With FGMA.
Yep.
And I think there's some useful information in the report. I think a lot of it is still ambitious on their part. They tend to put big numbers to things. And I think there's ways we can reduce cost and right size this proposed facility.
And as the memo points out, I mean, when this first started with them, they were talking about 50,000 square feet and a lot of parking. And we found a way to get that down to about, we reduced the square footage by, well, what do we say here? It was 50,000 square feet, double the combined size of this village hall and the firehouse. And we got that down to a right size facility of 18 to 20,000, which reduces the usable square footage by 24% compared to the combinations and 60% less than what they originally proposed. We've arranged for a survey of the firehouse site. So that's gonna help us understand better what some of the opportunities there. Going underground is really, really expensive. So if we can avoid that, but still accommodate enough parking, I think that's something that the committee would look at. Did I see a hand up over here?
Yeah, but I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead, Deemer. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Shabnam, Bob, and John, thank you guys for working through this process, and getting to this result. What I mean by that is truly this report. And perhaps you guys have different opinion, or maybe there's a level of disdain having worked through the process. But this document for me is exactly of what I was hoping to get and expecting as a deliverable. So it does everything to that end, and that is to give me information as to what you guys have done and gone through and accomplished over the last year and a half or so. So there's a lot of information to digest. There's a lot of information that would be useful in driving a decision and a process forward. I think my sense is with the information as I understand it right now, and I really believe that this is going to take a little bit of time to digest for me as we move forward, is what I see are a few things, and I'm really trying to read the tea leaves here.
Yeah.
My worry would always be and has been is that the goal is driving the information. But what's in front of us is information driving potential decisions and goals. Okay? So what I mean by that is in very short order, I right now, this idea, this block diagram and this programmatic study, trying to combine everything in one parcel, confirms that it's unrealistic. And that's my opinion. Right? And I think it takes a deeper dive to make sure that I'm calibrated right, or that I'm not seeing it the way it should be seen. And I truly believe that if we chase down this rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to make it work there, we continue to run into scope, cost, and execution constraints. And until we as a body can come to a direction, I think the decision on what we need to do sits here. This can't live in an ad hoc committee right now. We have to come to terms with what we want our facilities improvement to look like. Now, an opinion that I'm going to offer is perhaps the only way to move forward is to renovate this facility, spruce it up a little bit, put some money into it, get another 20, 25 years out of it, do a similar thing with a public works facility, and move on with life. And use the capital resources that are available to us in other means in improving village life. When I look at these numbers, and Bob, you had made a comment, perhaps John, you as well, that they're strong, they could be whittled down. But what this is really proving to me is there's no whittling down. This is completely out of our league. We can't do this. The numbers are just too big. The execution is too big. Now, I'm open for other opinions, and I'm open to hear and listen and understand how this could work. But to think about a 20,000 square foot facility that combines operational needs in a very tight, constrained lot where parking will be of issue doesn't seem to make sense. So that's where I stand. But I think this conversation needs to happen at the board level before we task any ad hoc committee to run down other rabbit holes. That's my opinion.
Shabnam.
So I think Dietmar makes a fair point about is the goal running it? I think there's a little bit of truth to that. You've mentioned before how important it is to you, the viability, the economic viability of the village. And being on police ad hoc, retention committee, I realized going to referendum and the money situation being tight, So yes, that is the purpose of this project, so that this space can be developed and be put on the tax base. So if that's maybe the question to be asked before going to an ad hoc committee, is the ad hoc committee could, if you say that's the goal, if we agree that that's what we want, they can make it a 30-story building. You could move it, make it smaller, add more parking all around. They can find a way to do it if that's what we want.
Thanks, Shabnam. Rob?
So when I was looking at this, it does feel like we're just trying to do too much with this site and just putting all these departments on one, and especially the fact that we're trying to get Public Works there along with an underground garage. And that's leading to a huge amount of the expense because you're basically having these trucks on what's effectively the second floor of a building.
Right.
And just because I feel like I haven't gotten updates on this. I know that at one point there was some talk about making Public Works permanent facility at the cold storage. So under that plan, we would have administration and police at the old firehouse. We would have Public Works with a proper facility.
Yeah.
Now, I know that there's downsides, particularly with road access, but some potential ways to get around that with easements. And so just wondering if John, Bob, Shabnam,
Yeah.
those of you who have been along for the ride with this can comment on.
Yeah, I'll
whether
speak
that's
to it.
Still a possibility.
So what the consensus is, and this is Brian sitting down with staff and going, what do we absolutely need? And what does Public Works, what does Terry really need? And Terry made it pretty clear he'd like to have operations at the firehouse, but he was fine with having vehicle maintenance and wash bays at cold storage. So the other thing that's driving this is whatever we do with the firehouse, Public Works has to function somewhere. And so the idea is that we built the cold storage 10 years ago, whenever it was, so it could be winterized. It had a bathroom, we laid it all out so it could be winterized. And in this case, you could have Public Works do their shop stuff, do a lot of their work while construction activities happening at the firehouse. So that's one. Two, we would add a number of bays next to the existing cold storage. So it's 6,000 square foot facility right now. I'm anticipating we'll find out what it takes for vehicle maintenance and a wash bay. It's going to take another 1,000, or it's going to take 2. You've got that parking area, flat area that's right to the east. That could accommodate those operations. So Public Works would have a place to go for the vehicle maintenance and lifting vehicles. Those guys are down on the floor right now doing vehicle maintenance and under trucks and stuff. You can go through the report, you can see a lot of the failures, a lot of the things that we're not doing. So that's one. Two, there's confidence with the staff that we could accommodate the remainder of the Public Works functions, police and administration, and a multi-use space up on the roof for board meetings and community center and what have you at the firehouse site. Underground parking is not a must-have. Bob has been, and Bob can speak to this better than I can in terms of his analysis. It seems like we could do the building and still provide enough spaces for the public, the day-to-day public, and also for the staff. Because you're using so much square footage to get people around the building, down the ramp. You don't have that much circulation downstairs. We still feel like police could have their 2,000 square foot below grade, kind of like we have now over there. There's that below grade portion on the south end. But there would be room to accommodate vehicles without spending exorbitant amounts of money to accommodate 8 or 9 vehicles, because as you mentioned, the thickness of the slab to support the heavy equipment up above. So that was the direction we were starting to go. In terms of raw square footage, we think that would service the village now and far into the future. that arrangement was acceptable to Terry. It was, my understanding was acceptable to the rest of the staff. And to Shadnam's point, that frees up Village Hall for us to consider finding a way to monetize this. This is an acre of land. Developers have paid as much as $62 per square foot for land along this corridor. Obviously, we would do appraisals and figure out what it's worth. And then it's an opportunity for us to do improvement value. Yeah, improvement value. You know, $7, $8, $9, $10 million improvement value. The credit union, which was just purchased by the UW, is going to cost us, Julie, $50,000 a year starting next year.
I don't think it was quite that much.
Okay, that's good
No,
news.
I think it's close.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Look it up.
I thought it was
We'll receive a pilot payment, but we're losing, I think,
Like, I
somewhere.
think it was around 40, because we're getting like a $9,000 pilot. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we're losing $40,000 a year. So I mean, I think the fiduciary, I mean, this building has served us very well since 2002. I think it was a couple of years before I moved to the village. I think we spent 1.3 million to make this happen. And we certainly have gotten good use out of it. There are a lot of inefficiencies. Certainly the police department doesn't have the spaces. That's clear in the report. You know, we're facing a $100,000 HVAC unit in 2026. I would argue if we were to go down this path, we certainly don't have to replace an HVAC unit. So, you know, it took us a while to, I mean, I'll tell you what we were dealing with was a consultant that was really trying to push a lot of square footage and convincing folks that, boy, the only place you could do it is over at Post Farm Park. And I was like, guys, it's torches and pitchforks. I mean, it's not going to happen. I certainly am not going to support it. This board is not going to support it. Get off it. And, you know, they're not always good listeners, but, you know, once Brian came in, we were able to look at the square footages, talk to staff, get real feedback, incorporate that feedback. And despite them dragging their heels a little bit, we get to a point where we've got the report to Dietmar's point, the deliverable we were looking for. We're moved on from FGMA, and now it's back on this board to decide what's the next step. This group is suggesting an ad hoc committee of expertise that could pursue this further, that can look at the results of the survey. And then, but this is going to be a board decision. This is going to be a big community decision. So it would be the biggest construction project the village has undertaken in our history, I think. Rob.
So I think we're all in agreement, you know, this report says if we want to put everybody in one place with an underground garage, it's going to cost $20 million. And we're pretty much all in agreement that's not going to work. You're saying if we get rid of the underground garage, we can make it work. And I guess I'm left wondering, well, how much is it going to cost? And obviously we're not.
Well, that's why we reference Brian's last job was village administrator for Cross Plains. And they're building as we speak. And they came in $100 to $200 below the prices that FGMA was speaking to. So part of it's, you know, how big, you know, what amenities, you know, the underground parking is a big one. I'm concerned about. Bob's expressed that concern, you know, from the beginning, and I'm like, we got to find a way to park people. But when you look at the layout, it seems like we could still make it work. So the architects at some point will have to weigh in on this, but I think there is a pathway. It's a tight pathway. But you're also, if you go the route of just kind of keeping this going and spending real money at the firehouse, because that building's in terrible, terrible shape based on the analysis. You know, we don't get the improvement value benefit. We certainly don't get the $2.5 million in value that we're sitting in right now. That we could leverage to reduce the debt, whatever we plan to do, to use towards other capital projects in the village, whether it's towards the McKenna Park, stuff that comes out of that, whether it's additional things that we do in the pool area. I just think it's a pathway we have to look at very seriously, because it's an asset that we are sitting on that's very, very valuable, and one of the most valuable corridors in the state. And so, whether it's condos or whether it's multifamily housing that works better, I mentioned in my remarks today, there's interest in this corridor. And there's interest in having walk-up townhouses in this corridor. We've had some preliminary discussions. So that's why, is the goal driving this? Yeah, I mean, part of it is if we can operate the village efficiently and effectively with a new facility, that's going to be great for the staff. I think we're wasting so much money now, and although the square footage we have right now is totally underutilized, we're only using 30% of the firehouse. I mean, it's just sitting there. It's been there 55 years. But if we can do that there, take everything to the heart of the village, including the police department across from the school, which I think we all agreed is a good thing to have. And then the slight improvements with cold storage and the ability to accommodate public works, particularly for that year of transition. I think that's something we should seriously evaluate as a board, gather more information, seek further understanding, and be in a position to, present it to the community to get them to weigh in. I think it's an option we shouldn't ignore. I think it's viable, but we're going to need to, we couldn't count on FGMA. It wasn't part of the scope to confirm all that. We went with them like, no, you can't have everything there. It's not going to fit. And you can't have underground parking at all. Oh yeah, based on what we're hearing from the departments, you can accommodate everything there, and you could have underground parking. So that was a big change. That was a recent change. That was fall, right? Fall of 24. So we had to be very, very specific with our questioning and do it in writing. And we finally got some answers we thought that were more accurate. And that I think that's informed the possibilities of this and informed, the memo that we presented as part of this discussion. Bob?
Couple things. To address your point, Rob, about the cold storage and a possible place to put public works. What Terry has said is that that trying to drive down University Avenue back and forth, if they're here in the village and something goes wrong with the truck, they need to inflate get a tool that they've left somewhere. It's extremely inconvenient to have to navigate University Avenue with all the traffic and all that kind of stuff. Now, if it was possible, as you alluded to get some kind of easement, and I've never heard that that's an absolute no, but I've never heard that it's, I don't know how much we've explored that, but that would certainly make that site more viable, in my opinion, to put public works. If we had access to the end of what is it, the end of Locust?
Yeah, I mean, I was the one that was advocating for the easement, but I heard enough from Terry was pretty clear to me that he wanted to have public works operations at the firehouse. That was your understanding. That was my understanding, but they were open to, sorry to interrupt, Bob, but they were open for scheduled maintenance for the wash bays, even some of the vehicle storage, that could happen at cold storage.
Well, okay. Well, I'm just relating what he said to me was a concern was that their day-to-day operations would be really messed up.
Right.
If they had to go out there and navigate University Avenue, right? The end of Locust is still within the village, and it doesn't seem to me that that's that far out of the way. You could drive behind the state building and right up into the facility.
Right.
It's something I think that we ought to at least explore. Because I think that could really reduce the burden of what we're trying to put in at this site.
Yeah.
Getting back to the FGMA numbers, I take them a bit with a grain of salt. I think that they had a tendency to overinflate things, overinflate square footages and numbers. So the absolute number, I think that we're talking about a high number, as you suggested, Dietmar. I think that if you look at I trust the relative numbers more than I do the absolute numbers. So if you look at the cost of underground parking there, it's a third to 30 to 40% of the cost of the building. And if we can figure out a way to avoid underground parking, and they've come up with like 12 spots for this, $4 million of that, I think, is underground parking, not to mention what Rob said about a reinforced floor, basically trying to park a bunch of heavy trucks on a second floor, which is then uber expensive. And not only that, but it affects all the structure below you. You lose maneuverability in the parking structure, you lose spaces, because you got to put more posts in to support everything.
And you have to maintain it.
And you have to maintain it. Not only that, it eats away square footage. So there's at least 8,000 square feet, that 6 to 8,000 square feet, just due to the access to get down there. So there's a lot of negatives in my mind about underground parking, and having designed parking structures in my former life, I don't like them much because they're a lot of maintenance with all the salt. So that's another part of it. And obviously the cheapest form of construction is flat on grade. So if we can get there and figure out I think parking is still the 800-pound gorilla in the room that we need to discuss, and can we accommodate it over there? And I'm not sure that underground parking. So my gut feel is we can reduce this significantly, but can we get to a point where it's viable? That's still open. I'm going to meet with a surveyor on Thursday. They're going to have the property surveyed. Hopefully we'll have that information in the next few weeks. I think depending on cost, it would be worthwhile engaging another firm to look at this, given what our actual property looks like and what some of our function needs to be. Rather than looking at all these different properties, they focus on that and see if we can come closer to something that is more real.
Thanks, Bob. Shabnam and then Carol.
So I think the goal is start an ad hoc committee to take this to the next step. But Dietmar is in construction.
Yeah.
And so I would want to know more about, is this viable or not for the ad hoc committee to do it? And as a second, if it's not, Dietmar says you can't do it, 20,000 square feet, it's not going to do it. What if you keep Village Hall here and develop above? Like, obviously this would be demolished and rebuilt, but you can have this on the first floor and you can have apartments, condos, whatever above as a backup. If we can't, if the money's too much and we can't afford it, that would be a plan B.
So have administration here and have police and public works over there.
If you can't do it and we don't want underground parking and,
Way to partially monetize the building.
yeah.
Right, partially monetized. Administration would have to go somewhere. They have to go to Logic or something for a period of time.
They're gonna go to your house.
No, there's no more room.
And core is very.
Right. No, yeah, I mean, I think as a board, we would discuss that, and that seems like that's a plan B or a plan C. But you're still monetizing this site. Because right now you're just sitting on, we're sitting on a very, very valuable at a high point in the real estate market and huge demand. So, and we've got an opportunity as an owner to kind of shape what that looks like. Julie?
Okay, this may not be my place to ask this question, but I'm wondering, what is the thought process behind developing a new ad hoc committee instead of just sending it to services? Because
Oh, yeah.
it seems like Why aren't we just sending this to services?
We
and
talk- we-
inviting, we
we-
could invite people from the village who have expertise
We-
to attend services.
Yeah.
Yes, like,
But we have talked about that.
Okay.
I think we felt like the three trustees, that we were pretty effective. That Shabnam and I and Bob working together was a good thing. That there were some people on services that would be really good for the ad hoc. Doesn't mean that you couldn't, you know, she couldn't go to services and get feedback, but we were gonna be very specific, you know, Chris Pedakowski, we'd love for him to be part of,
Yeah.
he's on services, yeah, and he's
Right,
a,
no,
he's a city
I'm
engineer.
thinking, can't we just do this? I'm thinking, I'm being totally selfish and thinking of my staff and the extra meetings.
Right.
Like, why not just do it at services if we're already having a scheduled meeting?
Yeah, I think one perspective that I'm in favor of is time is of the essence, and to have three trustees working on this, in addition to technical expertise, is gonna move it forward to give the community the answers and the board the answers they deserve.
Thanks.
Carol?
So I was very glad to see the report and see the specifics, you know, the electrical, the plumbing, the services, you know, it's great to have concrete things. I cannot resist doing the arithmetic that I assume is bouncing around in all your minds here. $20 million roughly of new construction, perhaps the figure is too big even for the square footage that is proposed, but just round 20 million, get 3 million round number for the sale of Village Hall. That brings it to $17 million that we have to come up with. 8 million for underground parking. If we got rid of underground parking, then that would bring the 17 down to 9. But we have 6 million in the CIP for this work. So we're a long way off. I don't know what information would allow this concept to go forward versus shut it down and think about another approach.
I think that's a fair question. I don't have a lot of confidence in the FGMA numbers. That's one. Two, I'm not going to support it if it's $20 million or $17 million. I'm not. If it's, you know, 18,000 square feet at $400 a square foot, that's what, 7.2 million. Now we're kind of in the range of things. Ultimately, we're going to work with finance and the bond council on how much we can borrow and not upset our ratios and not upset our AAA bond rating. I've heard the bond council say we could bond $10 million if we need to do what we need to do. But we're going to make it, each of us has a fiduciary responsibility. Each of us is going to make decisions based on the information provided. I didn't have a lot of confidence in the numbers that they put in there. And a lot of it's driven by the notion of the underground parking. So I think this is not soup yet. There's lots of analysis that has to be done, but Carol, I'm not going to support anything with the big numbers. It's got to make sense. Mark?
So I think we need to turn the conversation from where this issue goes, what the next step is, and what we need to make decisions. Okay. And in all this discussion, I haven't heard, you know, what is it we need? I know about the survey and that's coming and that's
the next step.
But beyond that, I mean, what options are we keeping open still? Because that bounced around a good bit here too, you know, all of a sudden the cold storage came into play and so on.
Cold storage
So
is part
let's
of
just
this.
make it easy for a moment. And let's talk about coming to a crossroad where there's two options and just see if we can kind of deal with that. So the one option is continue to explore the possibility of putting administration, police, and public works into a renovated public works building. Okay. the other option is what Dietmar suggested, which is just let's make some improvements. Let's fix what's broken in the Public Works building. Let's fix what's broken here and life moves on. And that's also, I think, a very viable option. I personally hate the idea that we have all this space in Public Works building, and for that matter, the whole second floor of the community center, which is orphan space.
Yeah.
But that isn't, my dislike for that isn't enough to get me to do something crazy about developing that space. So, again, sticking with the two options for the moment, what is it going to take for us to be able to decide which of those two options is the direction that we want to go? And that's a decision only the board can make, in my mind, not a committee. But the question is, there may be some additional fact finding that needs to be done. I mean, it may be some trustees have already decided, in my mind, this option is the only viable option. And if that's where that trustee is, that's fine, then they're there. They know what they want to do. For those trustees who are still looking at both options, the question is, what information do you need to resolve your uncertainty? And then once we know what that information is, then we can figure out the best way to get it. But until we identify what the information is that's missing, what is the missing piece, then we're stuck. And
All right,
that's kind of like,
I'll go to you in a second. Shabnam, I just want to try to address this. Would we be in agreement as a board? Are we in agreement that if we do anything at the firehouse, whether we just do a public works building there, we do public works and police there, or we do all three, the public works is going to have to operate efficiently somewhere else? And we've identified that cold storage with the addition of vehicle maintenance and a wash bay and winterizing the cold storage. That will be a good first step for preparing what comes after.
I've always felt that that was an investment that we ought to make, regardless of where we end up on the other options. And that's why I raised this sort of a separate, let's get an estimate. What does that cost?
So I can tell you, I can tell you at a future board meeting, we'll have that information. So whether that's February or March,
right,
we'll have that information.
Right, but that isn't going to help you, I don't think, to decide whether to do a major redevelopment in Public Works building or make incremental improvement in the Public Works building and this building. I don't see how, at least for me, that's not gonna.
Right. No, and I understand that, Mark, and I'll answer that in a second. We'll go back, Shabnam, go back to you.
Well, to try to address what Mark is saying, my thought process for supporting the move is developing this land is a non-ending, ongoing, tax generating, revenue generating idea. And so whether the building or the projects are 10 million, 15 million, 17 million, wouldn't you still want to do it if you're thinking the next 100 years out, you need to add to your tax base? Or is there, is there a number where if it costs less than 14, it's gonna be valuable to do this, but if it's gonna be more than 14, then the taxes you're gonna generate over the next 100 years is still not gonna make up for that amount. Would that help?
Yeah, we could do the sensitivity analysis on that. I wouldn't say 100 years, be the life of the building.
I would just say that I don't see the village redeveloping this property. I don't think we're in that business, and I don't think we want to be in that business. And I much prefer to be asked than to ask a developer. So I would much prefer to be in the position of being approached by a developer and saying, we have a plan. This is what we'd like to do. And we say, great, we'll look at that. We'll send it to the plan commission. But for us to go cap in hand to a developer and say, well, we find we no longer need this building because we made these big investment helpers.
Right.
So can you help us out and redevelop this property? That's not a negotiation I really want to be in.
I would agree with that. Dietmar?
Yeah, maybe just to sum up my thoughts on all this, I'll concur with what Mark is trying to get us to do, and it is really to get to a decision point. I believe next steps are not to kick anything down to an ad hoc, but that a directional information needs to live here. The conversation needs to live here on what it is that we want to do. And to me, that is the next step, subset of what do the solutions look like.
Well, could I ask you, Dietmar, I think, because you talked about you're favoring just making incremental improvements and so on, because you see the cost. Is there, what information, if any, could be gathered that might change your mind? Or, I mean, at this point, are you already sort of totally convinced in your mind that doing the complete renovation of Public Works is beyond our reach, beyond our grasp?
Construction.
Reconstruction, right, but
Yeah.
Well, it could be part renovation, part new. It could be a remodel.
Well, but I think in order to house a common, to have one element housing all administrative functions of administration, police, public works is a bigger lift than just a simple renovation. Because you're trying to land roughly, taking the parking out, 21,000 square feet from what I recall in the numbers. So to your ask, the number that I keep hanging on to is what Carol had mentioned as well, is right now at the conversations that have been had at the finance committee level and as it's projected in the CIP, there's a total borrowing for design and construction of roughly $6.5 million in order to do capital improvements of for administrative functions of this village.
Well, for
Facilities.
a public works facility. Well, we cleaned up
For-
some of the language on that.
For a facility. Yep.
Right.
And I can't see the numbers working out to say we're getting close. Yep, we're almost there. The numbers seem to always be bigger than what the recommended borrow.
No, and that's fair. I will mention, Brian, I think you can speak to this. We also were projecting out farther out in terms of capital. And I think your predecessor had Village Hall, wasn't it Village Hall 2032 for $10 million? Wasn't that?
There definitely is a future set aside amount for a Village Hall project. The years escape me.
It was
of when it
2032 or
set out, but
2034,
yeah.
but it's $10 million. That would avoid this strategy would potentially avoid that in addition to adding the opportunity to monetize something. Shabna?
I'm not into construction. I'm just a normal, ordinary person. But based on my normal, ordinary experience, if I wanted to add a second floor to my house, it's like $300,000 just to renovate. But if you want to just demolish and start fresh, it's like $400,000. So I think when we talk about renovation and thinking that it's going to cut the cost in half, I don't really think that's the case. You're going to end up spending just as much on a renovation of that building than just the construction.
All right, so I want to be respectful of everyone's time. I'm not hearing a lot of consensus for the ad hoc right now, so maybe that's not a bridge we should cross right now. Can we get the survey done? And that's gonna give us some more data. That's one. Two, we're gonna get more data on the possibility for doing something with cold storage, which we would have to do anyway if Public Works is gonna be out of there. I think there's consensus on us doing that. And then three, bring back to the board a process for the next step. Should we consider getting, another professional involved to firm up the design, firm up the square footages and the viability of doing something there? And Brian, I can coordinate that. The three of us can coordinate with Brian on that. And then have a more focused discussion at the February meeting.
I think that's the only way you're gonna answer Mark's question.
Yeah.
Is to bring.
Because to
bring
be honest,
somebody
I
in.
don't have I'm obviously, I'm advocating for this strategy because I see the value, the fiduciary value to the village of monetizing this site. So I think from this one board member, I've been advocating for that because I think that's going to be the best case scenario for the village. Medium term, it's going to be good for the staff, long term, but it's got to work and it's got to be affordable. And if it's not affordable, I won't support it. And then there'll be fallbacks. But there could be the village hall located here after we build it. That's another way to add value. So I'm keeping an open mind, but just kind of renovating this one-story building along the corridor is less interesting to me because the value proposition is right in front of us, and I think we could find a way to leverage it. But I'm going to defer to the expertise on the board to help make that decision. Dietmar?
Yeah, I'll add one last comment and maybe then everybody's tired of listening to me.
Never tired of listening.
Well, so to perhaps grab on to what you just said. All of this work would have to be done in phases.
Yeah.
And I agree with Mark though, that the information of the cold storage of what we're doing and expanding there is immaterial to what the strategic decision wants to be on how we want to treat improvement of our facilities. So whether that comes to the board or doesn't come to the board, in my mind, doesn't affect my decision of what it is that we want to do. Now, if the board would consider trying to potentially capitalize or to capitalize on a potential of gaining the value of this, what is it, an acre, 45,000 square feet?
Yeah.
Site, the only way to enact those moves would be a strategic plan to decant police out of here that would have to then move to the fire station, live there. And the answer to that is, I don't even know if that's a possible, feasible, or something that police wants. And really, the way I'm seeing this is in the current state. Not much really happens to that old fire station in terms of changing the exterior walls or the bays, the way it's really just a facelift. And can police move out of here, move over there, operations over there, and can they operate out of that? If the answer is yes, perhaps it's an option to consider. If the answer is no, okay, well then that's dead on arrival. But would that, doing that, decanting the police out of here, police department, would allow us an opportunity to perhaps find a development suitor that would be interested in this parcel. And as part of their development process, depending on what their solution is, perhaps Village Hall moves back into here as permanent operations and tenancy in here. So that's an option, that's an opportunity. But I actually, that's seems pretty complicated, seems ambitious. I just don't know how the numbers all tie together. I keep coming back to, wow, this is a big nut to crack. I don't see the numbers working out. So unfortunately, we're stuck, it almost feels like, with inefficient use of our space right now. And I don't see a silver bullet. I just don't see it right now. But that's why we continue to whittle away at it.
Yeah. That's helpful. All right, any other thoughts on this? Might be a good way to finish. Okay. More to come on future meeting agenda. All right. All right. Discussion possible action village governance project. So I know Brian spoke to this. I suggested the 6 months, and just to clarify, maybe I wasn't clear enough even with Brian. My thought was that we would only do the trial with the policy, the idea of the policy committee, the 3 policy committees. We wouldn't trial the the advisory. That, I mean, I have a lot of respect for our current committee structure. I think we're blessed with a community this size of over 100 people putting the kind of dedication. Johnny spoke to, you know, the level of expertise and the value added that we get from that. I didn't want to mess that up. We've got a village directory that shows all those individuals, shows all those committees. That directory is going to be around this year and I think, you know, part of next year. So I personally didn't have an interest in doing that. But I was persuaded from the session we had with Funkhauser about the efficiencies, the reduced liability, the effectiveness of having board members work together in policy areas. So we don't have some of the problems that we've had in the past, where you have one trustee do one thing and go off in a particular direction that the rest of the board didn't support or didn't have knowledge of. Speed humps is one example on Edge Hill, where it just went off and it just happened. And then all hell broke loose because it didn't meet the expectations of the board. So I saw the real benefit of that in finance, in Parks and Recreation, and in the other committees, having three trustees and having stuff funnel through that policy committee and to the board so that we can have a lot of this work done and a lot of this consensus built even before we get to that 7 o'clock Tuesday board meeting. So that's what I was going to propose. And if we do that, you know, in the relatively near future, I'd like us to have a town hall on governance and have that ready to go in terms of what we'd like to do and discuss what the timing on that would be. But my proposal here was really, let's just try the policy stuff of 3 trustees and have everything funnel up. And if it's efficient and effective and we can strike the balance with staff so they're not overburdened on this, maybe we reduce some of the number of committee meetings. You know, we get smarter about that. So that was it. There wasn't a ton of thought put into this. Rob obviously weighed in with some really good suggestions about maybe not having trustees on the advisory committees. And or have each trustee pick one member of the committee. So I think that's something we could look at. It's a little bit more problematic because we've got people on a 3-year rotation right now. People are going off and then coming back on. So I don't know, Brian, if you had any thoughts on this, but I mean, it's just kind of a starter.
I'll offer a couple. Even this kind of an approach would have a dramatic impact on the committees, the existing committees.
How so?
Because you've now introduced a set of committees above them and between them and the board. And while I think that the committees could be brought around to the idea that if they're reporting to the policy committee rather than to the full board, it's still fully composed of board members and it's the 3 of the 7. So it's likely to still be significant access. My concern is the workings of these advisory committees. They're now no longer have a trustee chair. Okay. So who's running these committees now?
And just to clarify, Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not intending to do anything with the existing committees.
I understand you're saying you're not doing anything with them, but the fact is there's now this, take finance as an example, because it's a simple example because it's a 1-to-1, right?
Right.
So you now have a finance policy committee and you now have a finance committee.
Right.
Okay. Well, it affects them because the question is, what does finance committee now do that there's a finance policy committee? What are their respective roles and who is leading the finance committee? Okay, because it's not the trustee chair anymore. not if we follow Funkhauser's notion of freeing up the residents to develop their own ideas and the
Right.
like. So it's not clear what the mandate of the finance committee is with this change. And it's not clear who the leader of that, what the leadership is, and how do we ensure there's close coordination between these committees so that people don't get frustrated by following some idea only to find out that the board won't even give it a hearing. So I understand you were trying to minimize the impact on the existing committees, but I think it's still significant.
But isn't that another argument for why you should do a trial and just see how it works? And find out, boy, this really isn't gonna work, or yeah, there's some real advantages here in terms of efficiencies. It's gonna allow this board to be more effective because a lot of the groundwork's gonna be done on a lot of these issues.
Yeah, I think that having policy committees can really speed up the process and make it more efficient, particularly when you look at something like finance, which can be fairly technical, and you don't have people going up the same learning curve. And people have the benefit of the board's discussions, which the committees don't always have.
Yeah.
So I can see some benefits to that, but I do see this, we really have to be mindful of what the role of the existing committees are and how it's changed by the creation of a policy committee, and how that committee is led and how its actions are coordinated with the policy committee of the board.
Other thoughts, Shabna?
I think that we certainly need to do something. We need a lot of money to Funkhauser. They gave us a lot of good ideas. He did repeatedly say, you gotta shape this to your village and how you're gonna use it. Those are just recommendations. I think that like, if services and public works was gonna merge in my mind, having been on both committees, not while Bob has been chair, it makes sense. The things that they're talking about, the meetings, the way they operate, that just sounds like a nice mesh in my mind. I think like putting waterfront with recreation might not work, because I think going to waterfront committee meetings, they just speak a language of boats and stuff and slips and lifts that requires a very specific knowledge set and love for the
Yeah.
boathouse.
It's a great
So
committee,
I
yeah.
just think that I can't see those two necessarily merging, because recreation might be like, it would just be weird. But I think if we go through this and kind of piece what we think works together, it would be a better approach.
Do you think waterfront could go to the park and rec committee to, make sure that a funding request is properly handled, or, a capital? I mean, I realize we've done a lot, by hook or crook sometimes, but that can create exposure or liability for the village. So to have a 3 trustee policy committee that they can just run their stuff like, hey, we really need this doc, or we really need this, isn't that going to expedite, kind of their work? Go ahead.
So I think it's a committee that meets maybe twice a year.
Yeah.
And so if it's problematic for meeting minutes or efficiency, moving them, you're not solving a problem. They could operate and have their 2 meetings a year and be far more efficient than messing around with the way they operate. I think there's other areas where we got to look at and see what problem are we trying to solve. And that could work for parks or rec or other committees. I haven't been on those, so I defer to those chairs.
Other thoughts, Bob?
Well, if we're looking at, I think one thing is, if you're adding 3 policy committees, you've now added 3 more burdens for staff.
Yeah.
And we do that every time we add an ad hoc committee, of course. I personally think that the first step is to look at committees and see if we can consolidate or maybe reduce the number of committees so we take some of this burden off of staff. I mean, to be quite frank, I think services used to be maybe more important than it is now. You know, I think we could have a facilities committee perhaps, but services, I still don't quite understand the charge. I mean, it used to be trucks and stuff like that, but we've decided that the administrator's gonna, in Public Works is gonna deal with that. Public health and safety. Okay, we deal with these things like noise ordinances and some of the police effects, but I think it used to be a committee that was busier because it had EMS and fire attached to it, and we don't have that as much anymore. So I'm wondering if there's ways to find efficiencies in some of these committees, still retain the people, but maybe consolidate or you know, maybe some of it could, not to make the burden on Public Works heavier, but maybe some of what's in public health and safety could be in public.
Okay.
Or some of what's in services could be in Public Works. And how do we deal with that? Or make a committee that, I think it would be educational for us to look at our committee structure and review what the charge of each committee is and try to make that more efficient without losing all the people involved, but maybe just some reassignment and consolidation.
That's helpful. Carol, I think I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. So I agree with the things that Mark was saying about the risks of this model. On the other hand, I kind of feel like if a trial is not necessarily something we should be afraid of. If we do undertake a trial, though, I think we should have metrics for the success or failure of the trial. I mean, what do we want to find out? Do we want to find out how much total meeting time there is? Whether votes are had, you know, recommendations are made, who's making them, where are they going? Is the charge to the advisory committees coming from the policy committees? Is it coming from the board? I mean, what's the flow of work and the amount of work? I think we owe it to everyone to have a real clear set of metrics before we undertake this, because people are riled up about the very idea. So
Right.
I think.
And we talked about some metrics today as part of the strategic plan. That, I mean, don't we want to tie this to the strategic plan as much as possible?
I mean, metrics for the trial itself.
Yeah.
How is this new trial of workflow and structure influencing how the work gets done and how much people enjoy doing it? I mean, I don't know where the metrics are going to come from. Should people write a little report when it's done? Should there be a survey of all the committee members? But I mean, if we're going to rock the boat like this, we better know what we're after. And I also think that there should be quite a specific plan for keeping the burden down on staff. I mean, during this trial period, are we going to cut the other committee meetings in half? Are we just going to say, you got to squeeze it into every other month so that we can have these policy meetings? I mean,
Right.
I think that also should be quite specific.
So what do board members think about, because the more I think about this, we should flesh out all these details. That's one. And two, present it to the public as part of the town hall before we actually do it. How do members feel about that? I mean, we talked about a town hall in the first quarter anyway. I think we talked about one on January 29th. I don't think we've had that figured for 26th, which is right around the corner. But you said 29th, I think you said.
I thought it was 29.
29.
Yeah.
Well, I think it would be a mistake to spring it on the residents.
Right, so I was gonna say, we need to have a town hall in the first quarter. I'm not sure we're prepared to have one on the 29th. But we will have the strategic plan stuff to Corey and back. And that would be a clearly a topic that we would talk about in a town hall. And then how it relates to any governance trial we want to do, or any specific things we might want to do with the committees. That would be the time to talk about that as well, would it not? Julie, did you raise your hand?
I just have a question. I'm trying to figure out the benefit of the policy committees. And my concern is it's actually gonna slow things down because my concern is, and maybe I'm not understanding the flow correctly, because I like Carol's idea of like, we need to establish the flow. But say an advisory committee comes up with something.
Yeah.
Then it has to go to the policy committee. The policy committee must meet before the board meeting.
Yeah.
At least more than a week before, because we have to have time as staff to get it onto the board agenda. So,
Right.
so we're already like there. And that, so it's like we're adding an extra step for anything coming up from the committees. I'm concerned that it's gonna make things slower.
That's
And if we
fair.
have a policy committee, so we have 3 new policy committees, they each meet for, let's just say an hour. Let's be realistic, it's at least 2 hours.
Yeah.
Is it gonna cut down our board meetings by 3 to 6 hours? No. So,
I owe you some time on this one, right? The candidate thing screwed us up a little bit. All right, Shabnam and Rob.
Again, I just want to go back to like, what problem are we solving? I think that, we have met in the services committee to talk about the facility site study and to get their feedback. I can just use this as an example. And maybe we met with them like once every 3 or 4 months. But then there were a dozen meetings between John, Bob, and I, where we're not doing something different than what the service committee would want, but it's grunt work. It's just sitting there and typing for hours and figuring out who's got to get what to Brian. Is this the right email to write to FGMA? And so I'm assuming that maybe that's kind of the purpose of the policy committee.
but that wasn't a public meeting.
No,
That was a work session,
Right, it was a work session.
which is a whole different requirement under state law.
That public meeting, we would have to notice,
If-
we have to.
So if the goal of the policy meetings, the policy advisory committee is efficiency, that's what is the goal of it, problem trying to solve, call it a work session.
So
Is it transparent?
You can come, sure.
Not if it's not posted.
We'll post it. I
That's a
mean-
meeting.
See
what I mean? It's a catch-22. That's what we run into all the time as staff.
we're not gonna make all these decisions on the fly on governance tonight, but the work session, we have gotten a lot done in a relatively short period of time to move the needle and try to get what we really did, working with Brian to get what we needed to get from FGMA, because that was dead in the water.
I think that's, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're doing. The goal of the policy advisory committees is that, and it cannot be, and I wish we could ask the attorneys for this, that anytime you talk to anybody, that is now, everybody's got to come and show up. Like, if I have a work session with John, we don't live like that. Let's just admit it, that nobody works that way.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If it's a standing committee, it has to be noticed the same as the board. If we have more than 3 board members, that's a quorum. We
Right.
need to notice that.
Right.
And the reason of that is open meeting laws, because there has been some things done, not here, but the reason these laws are in place is because people do stuff and make decisions based for the taxpayers without it being an open meeting, and they're not, it's like, well, I didn't know you were even talking about that. You already made this deal behind closed doors. They have a board meeting, passed, no discussion, nobody knows what's going on. It's to prevent that. It's to provide transparency. So we have to walk the line between efficiency and open government. And that's the thing that's frustrating is we have a lot more requirements for meetings than we do for work sessions, discussions, phone calls, that kind of thing. But we do have to honor the letter of the law and post these and be transparent to village.
So a work session needs to be posted.
No. Now, as long as there's not a quorum and it's not a full, or a quorum of a committee or the board.
All right, this has been helpful. And Rob, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I guess, I still see a lot of value in this proposed committee structure as it separates the roles of elected officials from residents. And I think it kind of enshrines that the trustees are thinking at the higher level as far as not that it's more important, but I mean, bigger picture level of the policies, while the advisory committees are, in my mind, I think they're grassroots ways to feed into what the trustees should be thinking about. And I'm thinking about this in my experience with Public Works, and I think we have a great committee going. I think almost everybody has proposed some sort of a discussion topic over this last year. And we're getting some really interesting ideas, things about putting a crosswalk in a certain place, or whether we should consider speed limits on bike paths. I mean, these are all the kinds of topics that residents should be talking about and kicking around and seeing whether these are valuable ideas for the board to consider. On the other hand, we're getting, we might see that the committee needs to look at a quote for a truck, or we have a project that the city wants to do and they want our advice on it. And maybe that's not something that the advisory committees need a lot of input on. Now, maybe the trustees decide, yeah, we would like to get resident input on this, but so there's different projects that I could see how this structure would really, really improve the efficiency of what Public Works is doing, as we're dealing with these grassroots, resident-driven ideas versus some of the more day-to-day routine things that still need to be out in the public. Everybody needs to see them, but it doesn't really need that much discussion from residents. So I think this structure still has a lot of value. I see how it could improve things in the Public Works side. I do wonder about this 6-month trial, because I feel like if we want to see that this is going to work for our community, a big part of it is, what if we let the residents go wild? Not, I don't want them to go wild, but have fun and really drive this committee the way they want to drive it. And under this trial, they wouldn't get that opportunity. So I don't know what the answer is, but that's one thing. I just feel like the residents would miss out on that aspect, and they wouldn't get to see what that would look like.
Okay.
That's why I could take it to the extreme, get rid of all the committees and replace them by clubs. Eliminate the minute taking, they're doing their own thing. And it's only the people that are interested join the club, and they come and they tell us what they think. And if it seems like a good idea, the village does it. If it doesn't seem like a good idea, it doesn't. You're right, I mean, about this enthusiasm, and they feel like, guys, do what you want, organize yourselves, figure out what you want to do, and then do it. And if you need the village's assistance to do it, then come and approach the board and say what your idea is. But I mean, it's very extreme, but it solves this whole problem of minute taking and discipline that the committees, they resist that. They want to do their own thing. Let them do their own thing. A little out there, but.
We're going to bring this to a close here pretty quick. Shabna?
So we've talked about a variety of different ways to move this forward, and like Mark just mentioned, club,
Yeah.
I think if it's just the 7 of us, you don't have enough buy-in. So I would say we don't do anything right now, but go to the next quarterly town hall, discuss it and see where people have buy-in. And get their supports, and we go forward with it. We changed it all to clubs and there's no club members. You just lost all your residents and your committees.
Maybe we give them some options. I was gonna make a suggestion that maybe more than one trustee should work on this, to have a working session. So if Rob was interested and maybe Carol was interested to work with me on this. I'll just kind of float that out there. Maybe you're one of your last hurrahs. Bob?
Good one.
Yeah, Bob?
Well, the more I'm hearing about this trial, the more concerned I am about how we actually execute it. In theory, there's no difference between theory and reality, but in reality, there is. So, I think executing.
Are we gonna call that a Bobism?
No, I think that's somebody else said that. I can't take credit for that. Might have been Yogi Berra. It's a yogiism.
Yogiism.
So where was I with
Please let
that?
the minutes reflect that.
I think I'm worried that this isn't gonna go well. I think for all the complications that have been brought up. And Rob just made this example about Public Works, how things are really happening, and that may be Rob's leadership, but it may also be that that's a committee that has a lot going on. And, at the risk of being redundant, I really think we need to go back and look at the committees. Consolidate them or at least look at them to see so that we can put together committees that are they're all like this, right? And maybe we need more resident input about rather than having these cubicles we're trying to force everything into, that we reevaluate the cubicles and see if there's a way that we can make committees that are more attractive, that have the topic areas that they're covering work together or more logical perhaps, or more interesting to the public. And to me, that sort of bottom up look, rather than trying to change the top down, maybe from the bottom up.
This has
Be a better look.
This has been a good discussion. Are we kind of in consensus that this is gonna happen as part of a town hall in the first quarter? I'll put you on the spot. Carol, would you be interested in working with me?
I will work with you guys.
Rob, would you be interested in working with me on this? We'll have a work session and we'll try to flesh this out a little bit and then give each of the board members an opportunity to review that and comment on that. We'll talk about consolidation. We'll talk about the metrics and what we're trying to achieve and be in a position where we can communicate to the public very clearly what we're trying to achieve, why we think it's going to be good for the village, good for them as volunteers. And then based on that feedback, make decisions as a full board about any trials or any change, if any, we decide to make. That sound like a plan? Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay. All right, we are at village president. The only comment I was gonna make is, I think we're talking about a town hall on the 29th. I'd like us to get some of these issues we've talked about tonight fleshed out so we can make them part of the town hall that will be scheduled in the first quarter. I'm not prepared to offer a date right now, but I'll coordinate with Brian and we'll set that date and do a really good job communicating to the public when and where that is and making sure we're prepared to have a good town hall.
Just to make sure I understand you correctly,
Yeah.
there is no town hall meeting on 1/29.
There is not.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, that's all I had. Brian, your report's in the packet. Anything else you wanted to add?
Just the complication it is, I had a previously scheduled vacation out of state at the last week of February, which is what we moved the next board.
The 25th.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we want to do on that front, or I'm just not certain of my availability where I'm gonna be for remote login.
You're gonna do a great job with the report. And Julie and I'll figure it out from there. Enjoy your time off.
Vacation.
Yeah, I'm gone the prior week. I know there's the primaries.
I was not planning on that, though.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have been here for the 18th. I would have had to call in from a very, very far away. So I'm glad I don't have to do that. Mark?
Ron, is there anything new with respect to the village website? We turned that over to you at the last meeting to carry that ball forward.
Site contract has been signed, returned to Catalyst. They are in the process of getting their team assembled to reach out to me to schedule next steps with that.
The police chief was here for the whole meeting until about 3 minutes ago. I had the honor of swearing her in December. This room was pretty full, with family members, with police from different jurisdictions, from UW, from the city of Madison. I think there was a Dane County sheriff deputy here. It was a very nice event. Lots of photos were taken. And as I said, it was an honor for me to be in a position to formally give her the oath. And I was happy to see her tonight. Of course, the police chief's monthly report is in the packet. We've also got committee reports in the packet. Anything that committee members, Mark?
Yeah, just if I could steal.
Yeah.
Really, I'll try to keep it under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So Carol and I, as co-chairs of the McKenna Park Ad Hoc Master Plan Committee, are picking up the parts and pieces here and trying to gain momentum again, inertia, and setting up regular meetings and developing a meeting cadence. If you recall, at our last update in December, we shared with the committee that after what we've learned from the state archaeologist Amy Roseborough, the canoe findings out in Lake Mendota, we took a bit of a pause and to better understand how to engage with members from the First Nations. So I think we've developed that plan and how we're approaching that, getting back into regular meeting cadence. I think our hopefully not too unrealistic goal is to get to a master plan recommendation that'll cycle up to the board in, say, April or May. That's tentatively what this feels like, but then to bring closure to that master plan process, which I'm certainly looking forward to. And Carol, if I either misspoke or you have anything else to add, feel free.
Nothing to add. I could do my own little ad hoc.
Go for it.
report, which is, Police Retention and Recruitment Committee. We have a draft report now. The chief has reviewed it. It's gonna come before the committee at its next meeting, first week of February, and hopefully then to the board in February.
I would just mention that, last meeting, we formed this, Safe Streets for All ad hoc committee, and, we sent out, Rob and I sent out a request for, interested residents. We got almost 20 people that, want
great.
to be on the committee.
Money talks.
Yeah,
Right.
and Rob and I have, sat down a couple of times and talked about it, and we're, gonna finalize that membership, but, certainly try to keep everybody engaged that has expressed an interest, and it's, from all across the village, so.
That's great.
And there's gonna be the MPO is gonna have a kickoff meeting on the 29th, is it? And Brian and I don't know if Rob's gonna go. No, Brian and I are gonna attend that.
Shabna?
I was gonna advocate for somehow finding funds to support an additional individual to work at Village Hall, either as an intern or, part-time. I run a small business. I know what it's like to run a small business or operate a village with a small staff. And I think it's unfair, the volume of work that Julie and Brian are taking. And I think they need help. Second item was, I think the police chief's report should be put earlier in the agenda, so she doesn't sit here for 5 hours and then leave. And then the strategic plan. Can there be a date for when revisions are to be received?
She said 2 or 3 weeks. You'd like them, wasn't that what she said?
Yeah, but how about internally, let's do 10 days or 2 weeks, 2 weeks from today.
For which one?
Strategic plan.
January 31st, end of the month. Is that fair? 10 days?
And that's to Brian.
Yes. Okay, any other committee stuff? Otherwise, future agenda items, any future agenda items we want to add?
I'd like to subtract one, the review of cup fees. I don't know how that got on there. I never suggested it. I maybe brought it up one time.
That was a Bobism.
No, somebody else, yeah.
It's all good. Mark?
Yeah, I'd like to see at the appropriate time an analysis of the significant variances between the 2024 budget and the 2024 actuals. So in the trustee packet, there was the report. It's the full year report now. If you go through it, you'll find, obviously, there's tons of variances. But when you kind of said, well, no, I'm concerned about significant variances, they kind of jump out. And the question is, what's going on there? So at some point, whether you're prepared to do it now or whether you want to wait till the audit or some time in between. But I would like to see that analysis, and we kind of, too often we kind of finish the budget to close out the year and we move on. And I think we ought to take a little bit of time and saying what happened in 2024. Where did things work out well for us? Where did not work out so well, and why? The other thing that I'm thinking about a lot is, we keep talking about minute taking, and it takes a fair amount of time to do it. It's slow. It's just not a perfect process. And I'm just thinking maybe the board needs, what are we expecting from minutes? Maybe we are doing too much. Maybe we can do less, but it just seems to me a big time consumption item. And it might be worth the board's time to just sit back and say, okay, what do we really expect from our minutes? And is there a way to do the process a lot faster and cheaper and reduce the burden on the staff?
Have conversation with staff on that as well.
Just,
Well, it's a 4.5 hour meeting. It'll take a while to do the minutes. The way it is.
Right. There's a lot on the agenda. Rob and then Shabna.
I just want to say we addressed item E, so we can remove that.
Yep. Great job on that. Shabna?
Well, to Mark's point, if Brian or Julie want to look at Fathom, Fathom, Fathom.
Yep.
They offer AI note taking. It records the video, it knows who's talking, it'll give you a summary and then the exact words, and you could do a free trial.
Otter does it as well. I think there's several of them that do it.
Does it know his property?
I think if it's Zoom, it like, you know how Zoom.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem. When we did a virtual meeting, that would work, but how would it work for what we do?
Great question.
Because that's an issue for me.
Voice recognition,
I think I'm gonna walk.
voice recognition.
I broke another sample.
It's gonna be 8 degrees.
I've got a medical excuse. I could bring my dentist notice here. It is my dentist.
Can we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Dietmar. Thank you, Carol. All those in favor? Great to see everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. All right, thank you.
You're not walking back, are you?
No, I broke it hard. Anybody want to ride?